WBSX. Where are the white women at?
So much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more.
Hottest fucking thing a guy can do is make a little noise. Okay, let out a little...
Hold on, clear it up.
The Warthog. I love him.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Astrolabe. It is Turbo Fartimus Toots Day. That's right. Screwed up Nevsky. Fartimus Toots Day. Amy, make sure Eastwood hears that. Make sure he knows that today is Fartimus Toots Day. He will think that's the funniest thing he's heard since the last funniest thing he's heard. He is a boy. He is 5. He loves farts. Anything associated with farts or butts or poop or any of the things that make any 5-year-old boy laugh, he is 100%. He is 100% on board. You guys might notice if you're watching the little live chat on the side there, I did get the X and Rumble chats working again. I think I tested and they're working so far. So if you're watching over there, Amy says he woke up 3 minutes ago and that just made him laugh. Good. Tell him Daddy loves him. So if you're watching on X or on Rumble and you can't be persuaded to come join the live chat on Kick, then you will be able to still participate if you'd like. And I can't consolidate things too much onto one platform. I gotta keep my reach as wide as possible. I saw that the Chud the Builder got kicked off of Kick, so I don't know what the basis was for them kicking him off, but that's one on my radar. Someone being kicked off, and it's not just like blatant scamming or something like that. So yeah, I don't want to consolidate on anything too much. But yeah, so X Rumble, if you're over there, I see you guys. Shout out to Blah on X. and JCS1969 on Rumble. Thank you guys. Thank you for watching. I will tell you, please do come over to Kick. You'll have a lot more fun. I promise you. The live chat is it's just banging. It's incredible. Some of the best people that I've ever met are here constantly in the live chat every day, listening to me talk and entertaining me. It's a good life. It's a good life. I am blessed. Thank you, Emperor Atreides, for the kicks. Thank you, Pale Morning Dude, for some kicks earlier. Let's just get through the listener support section of the show here real quick. PA Angles Respector resubscribed. Rufus Garbagestein resubscribed. Colum Rosh and Austin Trees resubscribed over on Kick. The great thing about subscribing on Kick is Kick gives me 95% of the money that comes in there. The revenue that comes in through Rumble, YouTube, it's like 30 to 50% is taken by the platform. So that's a great thing about the subscriptions over there. Gifted subs, all of that. Kick only takes 5% cut. So it's a good, easy, low friction way to put some money in my pocket if you like what I'm doing. Also, you can go to tips.kingpill.com and send a tip over there. Apple Pay, Google Pay, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, credit card, debit card, basically everything you can imagine. And then I don't have an immediate link available for crypto stuff, but if you go look at a past episode and you just go down into the description, then you'll find there's a Bitcoin address, and that's another way you can support. Thank you to everyone who has so far. Speaking of, we've got a couple here. Nilly.
Life is good, boys.
So true. So true indeed, Nilly. Thank you for the $10 sent 12 hours ago. And then during the pre-show, the man appeared.
Here comes the money.
Here we
Elf
go.
Mail Alert!
Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
It's Gabe!
Today is the day that Traitor Massie gets defeated.
Well, we will see. We will see if today is the day. I've got to admit that I hope that it is. I hope that is the case. And that doesn't make me happy. It doesn't make me happy to say that I hope that Thomas Massie has a humiliating defeat today. That I am not pleased. I'm not pleased with Massie for putting me in this position where I have to unfortunately root for such a thing. Thank you, Dave, for that. Also, there was a tip at the end of the last one that didn't come through. And I didn't see it until afterwards. It was from Edgar Allan Poe. Said, because of that ass, I'm forever scarred. Like the boys in the hood, I'm always hard. The man is, what's the meme of the guy that's like riding with the quill on the piece of parchment, and there's just like smoke and flames pouring out of it? That is Edgar Allan Poe here. Now I don't remember if that was with respect to something particular. I'm trying to remember if there was ass content on the last lab, and I don't remember. But thank you for that, sir. And what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, make sure you go watch the last lab. We talked about Chud the Builder, and I got it uploaded a little late. That's part of the reason I decided to not do a show yesterday, because I finished. The show went way longer than I expected because the internet dropped out. Crossing our fingers. Please pray that the internet does not act like a dick today. But dropped out in the middle. I ended up having to stop the stream and restart it again. And so afterwards, I just wanted to, instead of uploading two separate streams, the platforms don't like it when you upload things too close to each other. So it's ideal to have time in between. Mr. Sue!
If you don't pay your streamer or watch exclusively on Kick, then you have a massive Massie nasty mangina.
He said it! He said it, yes. Yes, if you don't tip your streamer or watch exclusively on Kick, then that's right, you have a massive Massie nasty mangina. I spent a while trying to come up with a title today that really went overboard playing on the alliteration, and I landed on Massie's MAGA MOGGING. Now, I didn't want to say, in case he actually does wind up winning, I know that he does have the people who love Massie absolutely love him, and they will go to the mat for him. So I don't want to completely underestimate him. And his opponent is kind of an empty suit, which is actually, in my opinion, a feature, not a bug. We'll get into that later. So I wanted to kind of protect myself a little bit, make sure that I wasn't, I didn't call my shot too soon and then have a bunch of people like, "Ugh." So Massie's MAGA mogging, maybe. And then also we're going to talk about Tucker debating Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, on data centers and AI hysteria. And I haven't really talked about this much, the data centers issue specifically, but we're gonna counter a little misinformation here today, and then we're gonna watch this conversation, that debate, I guess, conversation that Tucker and Kevin O'Leary had. Got a little hostile. This is the first Tucker content that I've listened to in a while, and again, I'm not happy with Tucker for putting me in that position either. Tucker and Massie, if you would have come to me, I don't know, a year, with Massie, it's been more like 18 months probably, but for Tucker, it's been like 6 months ago. If you'd have come to me, say 2 years ago, Tucker and Massie would have been two of the guys that I would have put at the top of my list of favorite human beings on the planet. And yeah, just they say like never meet your heroes, and I guess I haven't met them, but I'm feeling, I just feel that. I feel that like, oh, I got to peek behind the curtain and didn't like what I saw. Straight Busters, just congrats to Thomas Massie and his new career as a podcast guest. Yeah, so true indeed. What was I saying before that tip came through? Oh, yesterday's episode, or day before. It was a very good one. I saw people in the chat were saying it either changed their opinion about Chud, or it was the most coverage, the best breakdown of him that they've seen. So I encourage you to go back and watch that. It ended up coming out pretty late because I wanted to edit the two clips together, just splice them together and publish it and as one. It should have been really easy. I've done this a million times with iMovie, but it was also like 1 a.m. because it had taken 5 hours to do the stream instead of, I was hoping for 2.5 or 3. And I just pulled up iMovie and was putting the clips in there, and it was fucking up. I could have, if I'd have sat and worked on it for a little while longer, I might have been able to try to figure out exactly what it was, but it was fucking up. And so I'm like, at my wit's end, I just open up Grok and I'm like, what's the problem? And Grok is like, oh yeah, that's because of this. It's because the video is in a strange aspect ratio, and it's never bothered iMovie before, but it did this time apparently. So Grok said, try DaVinci Resolve, and I haven't downloaded it. I'm like, I've got so many different pieces of software I'm learning how to use, and constantly, I don't want to do another one. I was like, fuck it, all right, just download it, get it downloaded. And long story short, it took like 3 hours for getting it edited together, and then just kind of clipping out a couple spots, splicing it together. That was the quickest, easiest part. It was the exporting process and getting it to not be a fucking massive file and not take forever. And it was, so I ended up being up until like 5:30 in the morning trying to get it out, because I was planning on doing a show the next morning. And I was like, I need to get this one out so that there's enough of a gap before I get the next one out. These are the things you have to think about when you're posting stuff on these platforms. And I wound up, I was downstairs, I was watching some TV, watching an episode of House of David. And next thing I knew, I was waking up at like 8:30 in the morning.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Thank you, Emperor Trades, for the gifted sub. Show me the stupid thing. Congratulations. I don't know if I've seen your name here before, but I saw you chatting in here this morning, so it is good to see you. Apologies if I should recognize you. I woke up, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I fell asleep with my AirPods in because I had them connected to the Apple TV, and I woke up, I don't remember anything about the episode, just the very beginning of it. TV was turned off, and I was all like kind of disoriented. And had to go up and publish it real quick, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to sleep." I'm going to sleep, and we're gonna pick this up tomorrow. So here I am today, and we shall have a great lab. We're starting off today with a fresh, hot off the presses Pseudowave. A shortwave. It's not a full pseudowave. It's not a full pseudowave. This is a what do you call the short ones? There's like the full one would be like the pseudowave. The short ones are also waves, but they're like, I don't know, are they microwaves? Microwaves. There we go. A microwave. He says this wouldn't leave me alone until it existed. He was messaging me about this and said that this concept has been just, it has been on his mind. You know, the life of the creative man. This concept was forcing its way out of his creative capacity. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what it is. He says it's a track wave. So here we go. 3 minutes and 10 seconds of a track wave. I have literally no idea what to expect. What are you doing to us?
I felt the earth beneath my feet, sat by the river and it made me complete. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. I came across fallen.
I did not agree to these emotions.
I felt the branches of it looking at me. Is this the place we used to love? Is this the place I've been dreaming of? Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin.
Ah!
And if you have a minute, why
He
don't
looks like his
we
dad.
go talk about it somewhere only we know. This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know? Somewhere only we know. Oh, simple thing, where have you gone? I'm getting old and I need something to rely on. So tell me when you're gonna let me in. I'm getting tired and I need somewhere to begin. And if you have a minute, why don't we go talk about it somewhere only we know? This could be the end of everything. So why don't we go somewhere only we know?
You asshole. I need to call my dad. I was not expecting that. You have outdone yourself once again, sir. That needs to go incredibly viral. Yes, every single one of us. We need to work to ensure that this goes mega viral. That I don't even have anything to add to it. Yeah, that's on Twitter. Here, let me drop the link in here for you guys. if you guys are listening to this later on, make sure you go watch that. Go click the link in the, if you're listening to the podcast, go click the link there and watch it. Share it, or just go to the recording and watch it and share. You got to make sure you see that video. That's so perfect. That's so perfect. This episode, where the back end of the episode, we're going to talk about data centers and AI. What can AI do for us? What are the benefits of AI? I would dedicate the entire consumption of water in the continental United States to the project of Paul Suda if it just meant I could get that video. Case closed. No more conversation even to be had. Hold on. No, don't play again. Don't play again. No. I'm gonna need a minute before I can watch that again. Let me quote tweet this real quick. Okay, there. I just quote tweeted it at King Pilled. You can go see it there, or just grab the link. Go share it out there. I am so glad that we have great propagandists like the great Agitprop Master to give us those sorts of things. Okay. I dropped the link in the Kick chat here. Let me I'll drop it in the X chat as well. There. And you know what? Let's just do Rumble for good measure. There you go. Now, on a very, very different note, let's do a little I don't know, emotional whiplash or something like that. I'm gonna need a judgment here from you guys.
Llegó el fin, ¿y qué más da? Ya no sirve de nada para que intentar cicatrizar las heridas, se abren y me duelen más. El dolor yo quise ocultar, pero es que tu mirar me hace recordar cuando yo te vi, la cordura perdí, enloquecí. Si te vas, y si te vas, no vuelvas más. El ayer ya quedó en el pasado. Te olvidaré, me olvidarás. El ayer ya quedó en el pasado.
All right, I have submitted it to the council, and it seems as if the approval is universal. So, Stephen Miller, we have got a project for you. We've talked about the theater kid concentration camps, or the theater kid focus camps, where they get to go focus on being theater kids. We're gonna need a special wing of the focus camps for these ones. They can stay. They're going to be confined to the camps. We'll give them food. We'll give them water. We'll feed and water them and exercise them appropriately, and they will produce bangers for us. With You by Latin Park, it says. It's funny. I don't really have any. I don't really have any like Latin or Spanish or even like Portuguese or anything like that whatsoever in my DNA, but yet I do. Maybe it's from went to Mexico a couple of times on mission trips when I was a teenager. Went to Guatemala and Honduras and El Salvador and spent some time down there. And my dad always enjoyed speaking casual Spanish. He's not Spanish at all, but he just had learned some, and so I grew up being aware of the language and took some classes in it and stuff. And so I've always had an appreciation for the Latins. Then. I mentioned in a recent episode, I don't remember which one, but I used the term foamer, and I saw a couple people didn't know what a foamer is. This here This is a foamer. You may think that this video is funny, and it's just going to keep getting funnier.
I'm staying up extra late tonight to see a test train pull into Brighton Station. One of my favourite locomotives might be on it, so we'll just have to wait and see. It's 73962! Oh, it's it! It's it! Oh, quick, I've got to get round. I've got to get round to see it. This is beautiful 73962. Dick my butt. What a beautiful locomotive she is. Check out all the gear in there. Another marvellous loco. I'm glad I stayed up late for this. This is a treat.
You need to be approaching every moment of your life with just a fraction of the wonder with which this young fellow interfaces with the world. Dick my butt. Incredible. That's the name of the train. The train was like dedicated to it or whatever. There's a plaque on the side of the train. Dick my butt. Just incredible. Incredible video. Like 10 out of 10 internet content. Would watch again. Have watched many times. I will probably share this on the show every single time that it comes across my timeline. I'll be obligated to save it and share it once again. Just incredible, incredible. That is a foamer. I don't know exactly what the origin of the term is. I don't think there's like a total agreement on what it is, what the actual origin is. There's a few different suggestions, but yeah. Speaking of autism, watch the Navy Blue Angels choreographing their air show performance. This precise. Watch these boys.
Smoke up, push, airspeed go, vertical 5-5. Easing more power. Ready, roll hat. Ease the pull, rolling out the loop brake. Up we go. Vertical 4-5. Up we go. Mile and a half. Mark, ground speed. 1 mile. Mark, smoke up, push, go. Diamond stinger. Right, jump, sissy, back. Adding power. Let's have it going. Smoke up, push.
Yes, Baja be thy blessed. You need to be visualizing jet plane tricks. Kiki's Knees asks, why are the most elite fighter jet pilots in the world all white men who rotate apples in their minds? Where are all the trans black wheelchair models? What a good question. Sean Kelly says it's how they move in perfect sync. Polymarket says, new study reveals those with autism synchronize their brain waves with one another, allowing for autism to autism social communication. Suddenly, so much of my life makes sense. It all comes together now. The bell has curved. P. Bandersky, Patriot spotted. There was a couple of... don't type stuff like this. It plants a poison seed in black minds. Oh, that's funny. There was a couple of other funny replies I saw to this. I don't remember if they were here. Yeah, me 5 minutes after I've got the house to myself and watching more news on redistricting Supreme Court and Indiana wins. This is me ever since the inauguration of the Great Trumpenreich. Literally me 24/7. Oh, gotta watch it. Gotta watch it. This is American greatness right here. Let me get that American flag in up there. Just the flag. Just the flag. I am at full mast. Imagine questioning whether or not America is the greatest country in the history of the world. There's literally no question whatsoever. Superior B said, he said, that's so autistic. Now imagine our gunfighters and how killer they are. Yeah, the elite of the elite, the elite of the elite, and really any field, but particularly these types of fields that combine like spatial intelligence and reaction time and physical fitness and mental sharpness, like the whole, having that whole package together. These are superhumans. They're almost unapproachable. The sheer level of elite human capital that is the peak of it. Blue Angels pilots, incredible. Like the stuff that they do is I saw a thing the other day. It showed it was footage from inside one of the Blue Angels while they're flying in really tight formation, and you can like reach out and touch the one next to them. This is where you need that autism to autism communication. If I'm flying however many hundreds of miles an hour and I can reach out and touch multiple other jets right next to me, yeah. Strebbuster says autism to autism communication, so we're admitting to the existence of an ethereal plane. I mean, I trust the science. I don't know about you. That seems pretty cut and dry to me. Oh, man. Speaking of powerful white men, I just had to include this clip here today. I did the whole Chud the Builder stream the other day, and I'm sure we'll touch on it again if there's a development in the story. But I just go follow Andrew Branca. But I had to include this one. You guys will know why.
If you say nigger to a nigger that's harassing you, bad look for the groypers. You can stream yourself flirting with minors on Omegle. You can be a degenerate, ugly incel gooner, and you can say nigger on your stream. But if you go out and you deal with the harassment you receive from the niggers by calling them niggers, well, you're a problem. Nick's not going to like you. First of all, who are you guys to speak for Nick? Secondly, you guys ask for a white guy to stand up for the white guy. Then when one does, you're like, no, not like that. What do you want? You know, it's like the Chad wants to be a Chad. I want to play some Dungeons and Dragons. Like, let Rudolph play some reindeer games, bro. I want to sit down at the lunch table. I thought it would be like that scene in 21 Jump Street when Channing Tatum sits down with the nerds and they all embrace him. I should have known better, but it's like, don't we have a country to take back? You guys are so obviously self-reporting your obsession with pussy. You're like, we're never going to get any pussy with him around. Get him away. Kick him out. You can't sit here. If you say nigger.
So there were some really good clips that I played the other night, but Chud the Builder mogging the groypers has got to be, that might be the best one. That might be the best one that I've seen so far. Just automatically assuming the frame of Channing Tatum, and you're like, you're the bunch of fucking nerds. And it's like, it's okay. I can be friends with you nerds. You're nerds, but I can be friends with you. Broadcasting your obsession with getting a crumb of pussy. Oh, we brought Straight Buster back over. I still need to add that Trump's a Jew to the soundboard. I'm gonna have to drop some other things off to get that in. There's so many things I need to add to the soundboard. Tip Prop Master says Chud on the other side of the justice system is gonna be like De Niro in Heat. Oh man,
the N-word.
Oh, okay. Now. What was this one? Oh, yeah. Trump posted this picture of him walking around with an alien. This was posted on True Social. What did he mean by this? No idea. Not going to dedicate much of my brain power to it. But this video here is funny, mostly in large part because of one particular part, and you'll know it when we get there. So I'm just gonna play it.
I can spend all day just making Trump pictures. This is fun.
Maybe here we can see Trump meets an alien.
Yeah, finally, let's do it.
Trump, yeah, we can finally
Donald
return
Trump.
to
the classic Trump meets alien.
He's the gray alien on the White House lawn.
Okay.
He's just meeting himself.
That's pretty good.
You are a gray alien.
I am. Who will you vote for? Republican Trump or Democrat Trump? Those are your two
These
options.
are gray aliens? What the fuck? You look so
Look
stuffed.
at him reaching in from out of frame like
That's
that.
really weird. Oh, you know why? It's maybe because this is gray. That's why the other Trump has a gray suit. I don't think
it looks like the gray Trump is pulling the blue Trump in.
Gray Trump is like.
It's big Trump and little Trump.
You are 6 inches smaller than me.
Hello, little Trump. You're gonna be a good assistant.
Hello, Big Trump. I can't wait to deport all the illegals.
That's amazing.
Why are they all him shaking hands?
What is going on? That's amazing.
And then that one just looks like perfect.
Little Trump, you're gonna be a good assistant.
Hello, Big Trump. I can't wait to deport all the illegals.
Now I need an entire series on Little Trump. So someone needs to go out and make a Will Stancil show, but it's the the escapades of Little Trump.
Just smaller than me.
Hello, Little Trump. You're gonna be a good assistant.
Hello, Big Trump. I can't wait to deport all the illegals.
That's amazing.
That is so perfect. So good. Incredible. I have no idea who this is. No idea any of the context about it. Just Little Trump. Oh, speaking of the man, he's remember we talked about how he just stepped down and just picked up the crown. It was lying in the gutter. The easiest crown ever. It was just sitting there the entire time until Trump came along and decided to pick it up. This is why he is the God Emperor. This is why he is the greatest. This is why he is my president.
The Democrats are against farmers. Can you believe it? So, anyway, they're defective. I came up with a new name. I don't know if I should.
I know which one it is.
Democrats. Because they're dumb. They're dumb. It's D-U-M. I got rid of the B. So you're only changing one letter, right? E goes and the U comes. It's a Democrat.
You know you take up more space in people's heads than any one person on the face of this earth, right? You live rent-free.
I was talking about the Democrats.
Pub Langhalf said, Democrats. I took away the B, so you only have to change one letter. He's unlike anyone I've seen. The greatest to ever do it. Truly the greatest. Poster Mealtime fan said, we talk a lot about just doing things, but it really hits home how many things can just be done when watching a master at work. So true. Very nice of him to walk us through his poetic artistry. My president is a poet. He's an artist. A great man of history. And everyone now is busting out their Trump impression, including Pete Hegseth.
President Trump told me when he first offered me this job, he said, Pete, you're gonna have to be tough as shit. Sorry. He did. Pete, you're gonna have to be tough as shit. Sorry. He did. You ready? They're gonna come after you. And boy, was he right. He was right. President.
Okay, so you can tell that it looks to me like he probably practiced that one line because the impression didn't go. It kind of went away a little bit after on the later lines. Okay, let's see here. Looks like the chat froze up again, so that's annoying. It is still doing that. So I just refreshed it. It is working there now. So I don't know if I'm gonna have to refresh on X and Rumble as well. But if someone sends something and it doesn't push through, then I'll do something about it. Yeah, it sounded like Marge off of Monsters, Inc. Yeah. Niles Purchase says, David French, real Christians don't say shit. All right, well, let's get to some of the more serious content here today. That was a little fun to start off with. Here is Pete the Patriot, weighing in on Thomas Massie.
Because after you've led men in life and death situations, the games that are played inside the Beltway start looking pretty small. Now contrast that with what we've gotten from Tom Massie. At some point, being against everything becomes an excuse for accomplishing nothing.
That's a bar.
Now contrast that with what we've gotten from Tom Massie. At some point, being against everything becomes an excuse for accomplishing nothing.
Being against everything becomes an excuse for accomplishing nothing.
At some point, constant obstruction is not leadership, it's just commentary. It's obstruction.
Constant obstruction is not leadership, it's commentary. Woo! This is what Pete was hired for. He was hired because the man can talk. The man can give a speech. The man looks the part. And he is accomplishing that.
President Trump does not need more people in Washington who are trying to make a point, especially from his own party.
So true.
He needs people willing to help him win.
Yes.
To vote with him.
Yes.
When it matters the most. And too often, Thomas Massie has acted like his job is to stand apart from the movement that President Trump leads instead of strengthening it. When President Trump needs backup, Massie...
This is, like, every single line is so good. Massie acts like he stands apart from the movement. Oh, I'm neutral, I'm objective, I'm loyal to the Constitution, or whatever.
And too often, Thomas Massie is...
When what the Constitution means is entirely contingent upon who is tasked with interpreting it. In other words, the Constitution is as good as those who are employing it. So engaging in a self-defeating political strategy is actually not being true to the Constitution or whatever. Being true to the Constitution doesn't just mean like you say the right things or even that you vote in some sort of like abstract way that is aligned with the Constitution from your perspective. Your job as a congressman is not to be some like neutral arbiter who determines constitutionality yourself. Your job is to promote the well-being of your constituents. And right now there is one game in town that promotes the well-being of American constituents.
With him when it matters the most. And too often, Thomas Massie has acted like his job is to stand apart from the movement that President Trump leads instead of strengthening it. When President Trump needs backup, Massie wants to debate process. When the movement needs unity, especially at the biggest moments, Massie's willing to vote with Democrats. When conservatives are fighting the most radical left in American history, too often Massie's instinct is to throw elbows at fellow Republicans instead of the people who are destroying our country or want to destroy our country. And there's one man standing in their way, and it's President Trump.
So true.
And President Trump needs reinforcements. And that's what warfighters do. They stand behind leaders and have their back. Warfighters understand mission, they understand teamwork, they understand loyalty. And they understand that in the middle of a fight, you don't weaken your own side, you advance to the objective. And that's what Ed Galrine understands.
So this Ed Galrine character is actually, after Trump was elected in 2016, he renounced his GOP membership, became an independent, and then in 2021 joined the GOP again after Biden was elected. He's campaigned terribly. He is not especially compelling as a like personally, doesn't give like a rousing speech or anything like that. He's basically just an empty suit. But here's the thing. A fucking empty suit is better than Thomas Massie. And this is a great condemnation of Thomas Massie. If you love and respect Thomas Massie, you should be disgusted with the position that he has put himself in. If his seat is up for sale, the only person who's responsible for that status is him. He could have very easily chosen to make decisions that would have prevented his seat from being up for sale. And then he could stay in that position and continue to affect whatever good he can. But he hasn't really affected that much good in his time there. The fentanyl crisis is particularly bad in Kentucky. Kentucky is one of the states that has refused to open its voter rolls, is currently engaged in litigation about opening its voter rolls to the Department of Justice. Kentucky. He's campaigned for Mitch McConnell. So it's not like he doesn't understand that, like, the way that the game works. It's not like he's this just passionate defender of principle who is never going to engage in realpolitik. I'm just here to be some kind of protest vote or whatever. The only reason that his seat is up for sale is because he has been a gigantic asshole and done nothing to actually promote the well-being of Americans beyond just grandstanding, beyond just talking. He's had 2 pieces of legislation that he's gotten through in his time. One of them was naming a post office, and the other one was bogging down Trump's short-staffed Justice Department, going through paperwork in pursuit of something that he was intentionally and obviously using to try to damage the Trump administration, and was being heralded by the entire liberal media for. This is no like principled defender of freedom. He's made himself a total outcast in his party and been an obstructionist asshole and trafficked in just absurd, salacious nonsense. And that's why there's so much interest in throwing him out on his ass. It has nothing to do with him being a libertarian. It doesn't even have anything to do with him being, like, his position on Israel. Whoop-de-fucking-do. A congressman who's opposed to Israel. There's lots of them. Most of them are Democrats. But there's plenty of other congressmen who have a similar opinion about Israel, and they just don't go about it like, they don't act like a bunch of assholes about it. They don't become an obnoxious stick in the mud that pisses off the entire party and then get like indignant that the party isn't bending over backwards to help them or accommodate them or advance their political career. He's engaged in a virtually intentional strategy of self-destruction. Michael Knowles says this term, Massie has voted with the GOP 77.7% of the time. That rate is much lower than the median GOP congressman who voted with the party 95% of the time. I would prefer that Congress doesn't exist. The next best thing that I can get is a Congress that just votes in lockstep with the president. I don't need obstructionist congressmen. I don't care what their agenda is. I want Congress to stop existing. And the shortest pathway to that is a Congress that just rubber stamps everything sent down by the guy who we elected to do exactly what he's doing. Massie's rate of voting with the Republicans is also lower than his own record in last term, which itself was lower than the term before that. You can like Massie, you can think he's right to buck the party, but you can't deny the trend, and you can't deny the vice president's observation.
I think the problem with Thomas, and I've told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massie has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023 where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it. But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies. And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue, it's not 3 or 4 issues. It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide it. That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massie. It's because we can never count on him for some of the most difficult votes. I wish that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well before I got into politics, but politics is politics, and when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back you.
Looking very rare Vancy there. But like that look right there. Yep. If I liked Thomas Massie, if I agreed with his positions, I would be upset that he's put himself on the verge of being voted out. That he has drawn all of this spotlight onto himself. I would be annoyed that he was potentially compromising his future in Congress by doing this. This whole mentality amongst the libertarian inclined right has to die. This idea that it's noble to enter politics and then go engage in self-destruction so you can martyr yourself and stand on principle. Don't even get involved in the first place. Go do something productive with your time. Otherwise, you're just a sideshow, a distraction, an obstruction. You're not accomplishing anything positive. Your stated goals and your demonstrated actions are at odds with one another. And you can complain and whine about it all you want, but it's just how the game is played. Oh no, I think that I should be able to use a metal bat in a Major League Baseball stadium. Why don't I get to use a metal bat? Yeah, that's not how the game is played. Well, I'm going to use a metal bat. Then my team's definitely going to win because I'll hit the ball even harder and farther. It's like the game has rules. And you've got to be like sentient enough to be able to actually comprehend the rules and work within them. Of course, every single reply that Knowles gets, you're wrong. He is right to vote against the GOP. He just highlights exactly what he said. You can think he's right to buck the party. This is like, one thing I've noticed about the most ardent Massie people is they fail the breakfast question, for sure. But I like Massie. You can like Massie. These things don't matter. It doesn't matter that you like him. It doesn't matter that you think he's better than all the rest. It doesn't matter that you hate the GOP and you think that he should be a part of the GOP but also actively work against it. These things don't matter. He's not going to accomplish the things he says he wants to accomplish. Yeah, I'm not going to get into all the pinecone stuff because frankly, like, I don't want to believe all that's true. And I don't know if it's for sure true. It doesn't even, like, even without all of that stuff, there's more than enough even without all of that. But I gotta say, I would have completely written it off and just ignored it and thought like, there's no way. This is completely absurd. Like, I don't know, a year ago. Now I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't seem that out of the doesn't seem that out of character with how he's behaved over the past 18 months. Someone informed Mr. Sue about the Pinecone stuff. I don't want to go there. That's yucky. Here's a great example. Susan Collins. Here is something the Massie lovers are not prepared for. Susan Collins and Lindsey Graham are better Republicans. They're better patriots. They are better I don't want to say the word servants, but they're more answerable to their constituents. They are working toward the good of their constituents more than Thomas Massie. Here is Vice President J.D. Vance telling you guys, giving you guys a great insight into practical realpolitik.
Now, my friend and former Senate colleague Susan Collins was not able to be here. Susan is back in D.C. She doesn't like to miss votes. And here's the thing I'll say about Susan Collins is sometimes I get frustrated with Susan Collins. I almost wish that she was more partisan. But the thing I love about Susan is she is independent because Maine is an independent state. And frankly, if she was as partisan as I sometimes wish that she was, she would not be a good fit for the people of Maine. So let's give a shout out to Susan Collins, who's doing a great job.
Now, if you have if you're moderately sentient, you might recognize what he's saying there. If Susan Collins was a hardcore partisan Republican, she would not be a Republican senator from Maine. It's that straightforward. Her constituents would remove her from office if she voted like a hardcore partisan Republican. The fact that she is independent, the fact that she is moderate or centrist or whatever, she holds this power as a swing vote. That's actually what keeps her there. That actually makes her an asset to the party. They're able to maintain a Republican seat in a state that otherwise probably would not have one. And she has consistently shown a willingness to play ball. She is willing to let her vote be purchased. That makes her an asset. Thomas Massie is not. You know how I know? Because his vote doesn't get purchased. His party gives up on trying to purchase his vote because he places himself so far outside the range of acceptability that you can't even negotiate with him. He's happy to negotiate and sell his vote to Democrats. He's done that multiple times just over the past few years. But he won't do it with Republicans. He won't do it with his own party. Because it's like there's this sense that, if I stand up to my own party, that's what really shows I have a backbone. No, that just shows that you're retarded. That just shows that you don't belong in your seat. That shows that you need to be removed. Now, it may be easier for someone to wrap their mind around that for Susan Collins. Living Dead says Massie has been working in a completely favorable state and gets nothing done. Collins rides the line and consistently helps pull Maine at least a little more Republican. That's a really good point. Massie's job is even easier. But see, he doesn't act like he's like he's representing constituents in Kentucky. He acts like he's representing the libertarian constituency because that's what he is representing. He has the gall to talk about this isn't Kentucky money. Nigger, you haven't been supported by Kentucky money the entire time you've been in politics. Your entire financial base is outside of your district. It should be even easier for him to extract concessions, to move the ball forward in his own way while operating within a much redder state. So yes, I will give me the vapid empty suit and go play golf. Spend your entire life playing golf, giving speeches, hobnobbing around. I don't even care if he goes to Kentucky. I don't care if he just slips into a coma. Just be a consistent. I guess he can't be a consistent vote if he's in a coma. Just rubber stamp Trump's agenda. That's what I voted for. So the Susan Collins one may be a little easier for someone to wrap their mind around. The Lindsey Graham one, now that may be hard, but this is something that we have to get over this. We have to get beyond this. We have to recognize how much Lindsey Graham is an asset.
There's no room in this party to destroy his agenda or to destroy him and his family as a Republican. Democrats do it all the time. If you align with Democrats to stop his agenda like Massie does, you're going to lose. If you align with Democrats to drive him out of office like Cassidy did, you're going to lose.
A reference, obviously, to Bill Cassidy, a longtime rhino, one of the few Republicans to vote to convict Trump, who was thrown out on his ass in his own primary a few days ago. It's very clear that Trump is the Republican Party. He is the center of gravity in not just American politics, but world politics. Trying to run against him as a Republican is just retarded. You don't have to agree with him. You don't have to like him. You don't have to like any of that. But trying to run against him is retarded. Derek from Pseudo Politics says, MAGA makes a tactical error by not embracing Lindsey Graham more than they do. I say that while granting that he's maybe not ideologically aligned with the cause. What he is for sale. Punish your enemies, reward your allies. Too many people reward their enemies, Massie and Paul, for being alleged ideological compatriots while punishing their allies. The ideological alignment with someone like I'm probably closer in ideological alignment to maybe like Massie or Rand Paul, maybe. Really, I'm not actually, at this point, I'm not much closer to them than I am to Lindsey Graham. But for most of my life, I've been much closer to them than to Lindsey Graham. But ideological alignment doesn't matter. Or at least it matters so much less than political effectiveness and loyalty. We didn't vote for Thomas Massie to be a grandstander. We voted for Donald Trump. For Donald Trump's agenda. And if you think, oh, well, he's abandoned his agenda and Massie's just like trying to get him back on board with it. Well, the best evidence you need to know that's not true is Trump's agenda is determined by Donald Trump. And Donald Trump says Thomas Massie is not aligned with his agenda. So miss me with this concern trolling bullshit. This should be like for a libertarian, I can imagine like if you have succumbed to this fatal, like a self-identified libertarian, if you've succumbed to this fatal political disease, then I can understand why. I can understand why this would be difficult for you. But especially if you're like a democracy skeptic, because there's a lot of the, Massie's, his reputation is that he's like a right-wing libertarian. And there's a lot of right-wing libertarians who are that way in large part because they think democracy is gay. My rights aren't up for a vote. That sort of shit. Well, if that's the case, than having one guy who goes and like casts votes to just obstruct things. And having like lots of different people that we vote for that are like against each other and whatever. No, we want to have like the fewest people we vote for possible. Minimal amount, most minimal amount of democracy possible. I vote for one guy. I voted for Donald Trump. Every other one of my votes is going to be determined by who will just align themselves with Donald Trump. Who will promote the agenda of Donald Trump? Who will advance the goals of Donald Trump? They're just proxy votes for Trump. When Trump is in control of the government, I don't want gridlock. I specifically voted for Donald Trump to destroy DC gridlock, to take a sledgehammer to it. When Donald Trump is the president, gridlock is not a feature. When Democrats are in control of the government, then it absolutely is. This is very simple. Democrats are evil. The Democrat Party is a criminal organization. Democrats worship Satan. The party needs to be outlawed and every single member needs to be arrested. This is the moderate position. I voted for Donald Trump. And anybody who tries to stand in the way of his agenda needs to be thrown out on their ass.
Stephen Miller here to talk with you about a very important subject, which is how Tom Massie betrayed America, betrayed you, and betrayed your children. The single most important issue affecting the future of our country is ending the mass third world invasion of America and reversing that invasion. And on the most important issue, on the most important vote, on the most important bill, on the most important day, Tom Massie sided with every House Democrat, every Senate Democrat, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer against President Trump, against the American people, and against you and your family. When the time came to vote for President Trump's signature border security and immigration enforcement bill, the bill to provide record funding for ICE and Border Patrol and mass deportation, Tom Massie voted no. Tom Massie voted to kill the bill. Tom Massie sided with the House and Senate Democrats over the sovereignty of this republic. I personally called Tom Massie and I said, Tom, this is the most important vote of your life and career. This is the vote to reverse the invasion of America. We need your vote. We need your support. And Tom Massie said we could all pound sand. He voted against Trump. He voted against the American people. He voted against you. He voted to kill the most important bill of his career. That is the real Tom Massie. He sided with the illegals. He sided with the left-wing NGOs. He sided with the refugee industrial complex. And he sided with the radical Democrats and crazy communists instead of siding with you, your family, your children, and your loved ones. That's the truth. That's what you need to hear. That is what you need to know. When America needed him, when you needed him, when President Trump needed him, Tom Massie sided with the radical left and the foreign predators and criminal aliens over the American people.
Second favorite human being in the world. This is remarkable stuff. Remarkable stuff. Casual Stephen Miller. You get casual Giga Jew with the Make America Great Again hat. You can tell he never wears hats, but he's got the little scruff going on. I would like to I'd like to imagine that he's out at like a public park with his with his kid. He's just like playing at the park, and he's like, someone texts him, "Hey, we need you to make that video." "Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay." He just pops his phone out, throws the hat on, and just sits there at the park, and he's just like shouting into his phone about crazy communists and how Tom Massie sided with the radical left and voted against the American people. Records it in one straight take, and then he's like, full send, let's go. He already had the hat on. Yeah, that's right. He already had the hat on. He wore it out there. Imagine walking down the street and seeing Stephen Miller just striding down the street with the big old MAGA hat on, I would chimp the fuck out. I gotta say, real quick, a big hearty fuck you to Superior B. I've got my C4 here. Delicious. I can feel the neurons firing. The IQ rising. So here's a couple of polls. This first one here, this tweet was posted a couple days ago, May 17. This is from Neighborhood Research and Media. This is 433 likely voters. The error bar is plus or minus 6.1%. Sample is 62% male. So overly male sample here. Of them, 39% for both candidates, 22% are in the not sure category. Of those who have already voted, Gowrine is plus 22. Election day voters, Massie, is plus 8. You'll notice there's some crazy stark splits in this. So favorable and unfavorable, Gowrine is plus 11, Massie is minus 15. Among social media, on TikTok and Instagram, Gowrine is plus 35 and plus 15, respectively. On Facebook and X, he is tied. I wonder how they would have broken this down, because how do you take people who are in all of them? And again, the sample size is pretty small here, 433 people. Among ages 18 to 49, Massie is plus 17. Men ages 18 to 49, Massie is plus 23. Among men 50 plus, it's tied 41-41, and women ages 50 plus is Gowrine plus 19. I've got another one I'm going to go through, so I'm just going to kind of read these off and then we'll talk about them. Gowrine leads the very conservatives 51 to 33. So overwhelming favorite among the very conservatives. And that's 47% of likely voters. Massie leads among the moderates and the liberals. There's so many things in this that are just it's staring you right in the face. Some of these things really are this simple. This next one here is just delicious. This is Big Data Poll. This is Rich Barris's polling outlet. I have no opinion on how real his polls are. I don't know enough to know. I just know that I see lots of people on X who are who do know things, who do know more, and they question whether he even does polls, given the sorts of results that he gets. But this was 587 likely voters taken May 16 to 18. And for him, he says Thomas Massie is at 50.1%. Now, obviously, Rich Barris has a lot riding on this. He has a lot reputationally riding on this. And it's just peak Barris that the very last poll, he has his guy at 50.1%. Of course he does. He says it was Massie plus 4.8, and now it's plus 0.2. All the polls have all been moving like this. They started overwhelmingly Massie, and they've been moving more and more toward even, or Gowrine ahead. Now, ranked by enthusiasm. So among those who are extremely enthusiastic, Gowrine is plus 5. Among those who are very enthusiastic, Gowrine is plus 9. And then the moderately category is Massie plus 15, and the not at all enthusiastic is Massie plus 53. So the people who are the lower likelihood voters, who are more liberal or moderate and who are not at all enthusiastic, they're fans of Massie. The likely voters, who are older, who are very enthusiastic, are Gowrine. This is from Rich Barris's poll. By news source, Fox News, Gowrine plus 44. And then online news, social media, NBC, CBS, ABC, and podcasts are all Massie up by large amounts, especially podcasts, Massie plus 49. This is the headline right here. That's the headline result. His future career. Among Gen Z, Massie is plus 62. Among millennials, Massie is plus 40. Among Gen X, Massie is plus 9. And among silents and boomers, Gowrine is plus 25. I would suggest a lot of this is probably just because of social media content. And Massie is a well-known name, and his name has been all over the place constantly, and his association with the whole Epstein thing, that's driving a lot of this. Essentially, Massie's whole accusing Trump of leading an administration of pedophiles and pedophile protectors was, you could see it as basically a gambit for the ignorant youth vote. Among conservatives, Gowrine is plus 20. Among liberals, Massie is plus 38. And among moderates, Massie is plus 40. Again, there is nothing that is conservative or Republican about Massie. And then look at this one. Among whites, Gowrine is plus 1. Among blacks, Massie is plus 33. Among Hispanics, Massie is plus 41. And among Asians, Massie is plus 10. So among older white voters, Gowrine is the pick. Among younger minority voters, old white conservatives vote Gowrine. Young, non-white, not likely voters who are liberals, they vote Massie. It's just gestures broadly. Is there any more to add to this? Yes, Slutty Mook says Groypers and Massie tards now have to shit on his opposition. Whites. Your based congressman. Jeremy Kaufman says, I want Massie to win tomorrow. I would vote for him without reservation. But asking why the New York Times is willing to run a glowing article like this is absolutely a fair question. If Massie was a threat to the left, would this be run? Guest essay published in the opinion column for New York Times. He's one of a dying breed in Congress. America needs him now more than ever. How can you possibly still retain the belief that Massie is actually this deeply misunderstood, valiant patriot fighting for the rights of Americans, the best congressman we've ever had, when his support is liberal, non-whites, and he's being championed by Jasmine Crockett, AOC, and the New York Times? What other things do you happen to like that are liberal, anti-white, and championed by the New York Times, AOC, and Jasmine Crockett? Because it seems as if there's a pretty fundamental divide here. And maybe like one of these things individually, like if it was just like the more liberal people like Massie, the more conservative people like Gowrine, you could say, oh, there's kind of some noise in the data, we could parse that out, and that doesn't say too much. But all of this together, Solian says, the fact that none of the liberal media cares about the sex pest Massie stories coming out and view this race exclusively as a battle against Trump indicates several things. First, it should be obvious that liberals want Massie to win, not just because he is anti-Trump, but also because he is quintessentially their ally. Israel is increasingly becoming a bipartisan issue on both the for and against sides, but Massie doesn't pose any threat to the leftist establishment outside of that. He's massively pro-immigration. His gun advocacy seems to focus on making sure that disenfranchised minorities have them, and so on. More on that in a moment. Secondly, though, and far more important, the GOP should be able to see the way that literally the entire anti-Trump portion of the country is able to rally around some dumb hypocrite who calls out Zionist funding and then accepts it on the side, whose largest donor is a pro-illegal produce company in California, who has opposed all of Trump's actually popular positions like the wall, and so on. Independents, Republicans who voted for Trump but now feel scorned, Democrats, literally everybody who is questioning Trump and feels betrayed by the war is rallying behind Massie. All of them. Nobody cares that he's a sex pest or a hypocrite. This is Trump versus anti-Trump. And people are increasingly choosing the anti-Trump side because they feel that they're being betrayed on things that are so easy not to betray them on. Sooner or later, pretending that these issues don't affect public opinion is going to stop working. Massie may well lose, but a president as popular as Trump was a few months ago, should be able to call in his supporters to primary someone, and it shouldn't even be close. If Trump still had the polling of mid-2025, he could sway the election 80-20 in favor of Gowrine. He probably still could have with the polling of January of 2026. If this primary is absolutely anything other than a blowout in favor of Gowrine, then that needs to be a huge wake-up call to the admin. Now, I don't necessarily think that's the case. I don't think it needs to be a blowout in favor of Gowrine, particularly because Massie's popularity was genuinely very high before. He's won his past elections overwhelmingly. Now, it makes me wonder more now what sort of role, if Kentucky is being protective about their voter rolls, makes me wonder just how real those votes have been in the past. And I'm not prepared to say that Massie has only been elected because of voter fraud, because I know what it's like to like Massie and to think he's good. And I also think that he has substantially changed. Like he's gone from being kind of sort of an annoyance to just being a massive, massive problem. So, like, I don't agree with the notion that this should be an overwhelming blowout or there's like red alarm bells that should be ringing for the administration. Every single electoral result and all of the judicial results and everything that's been happening over the past several weeks, few months, show that Trump's unpopularity is largely just a fiction of the internet. Particularly among the party, Trump is like the only popular thing left in the party. Now, here's an example. So I know I've seen some people who are like, when did Massie call Trump a pedophile? Do you have a quote? Do you have a quote where he said Trump is a pedophile? People who like really the sort of people don't need to be entertained, frankly. Probably making a mistake even bringing them up. They just need a crowbar across the face. But how about this? How about this here?
He's still in with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
And again, I'm going to say President Trump has not been accused of anything criminal here. Thank you very much.
He's still in with the Epstein class. This is the Epstein administration, and they're attacking me for trying to get these files released.
And again, I'm going to say President Trump has not been accused of anything criminal.
Like, what the hell does it mean to say this is the Epstein administration? He didn't actually say Trump is a pedophile. He just said that his administration is equivalent with pedophiles. Shut the fuck up. This is like, he goes on ABC, and ABC is obligated to like issue a what do you call it, like a qualifier here. Oh, just so you know, we're not like, please don't sue us. He's saying things that are basically libelous or could potentially be libelous, and we just want to make sure that there's some distance between us. Yes, Lenny Milk, but he didn't say pedophile. Okay, you Jew acting Jewish with words. So true.
I've got bad news for you. You're Jewish.
So this is the Epstein administration, right? Well, then I gotta know, why is this great principled defender of freedom and advocator for the rights of victims of sex crimes or whatever, why is he putting out something like this?
So there's no sense in trying to avoid it. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room. I agree with President Trump a whole lot more than I disagree with him. The list is long.
Wait. You agree with the Epstein administration a lot more than you disagree with it? What do you have to tell us about your private life, Congressman Tom?
The Save America Act to require proof of citizenship to vote, stopping immigrant welfare, fighting the woke agenda, defending the Second Amendment, protecting the life of the unborn, securing the border. I'm Thomas Massie, and I approve this message because President Trump and I have a whole lot more to get done together. So there's no sense.
You can't say it's the Epstein administration, but also, like, I'm totes cool with them, guys. Like, we're totally, like, bros and everything. I know we've had our disagreements, but really we've actually got a lot in common. You can't do all that and then be like, oh, I'm just like I'm the man standing on principle and I will not vote against my conscience and all this stuff. No, you're perfectly willing to play the dirty game. You're perfectly willing to shamelessly pander when it suits your political ends. You're not some champion of principle. You know exactly how to play the game, and you're totally not above it. You're totally willing to get down and dirty and grimy and all of this sort of thing. Which means that all of this grandstanding is not some great matter of patriotic principle. The only patriotic principle is Donald fucking Trump.
The only acceptable political theory is complete undying loyalty to Donald Trump.
Now, just as a side note, I just remember this, and I wanted to make sure I got this in here. I almost forgot it today. This guy here, Benjamin Roberts, whoever he is, he says, talking about the files, he says, they haven't been released and most are heavily redacted. Blanche did not say they have all been released. And I said, that's true. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche didn't actually say they've all been released. He acknowledged that some have been withheld or redacted for legal reasons, like because they're under court seal or because the bill that Massie passed left open the ability to redact things. It was actually a pretty shitty piece of legislation, only useful for grandstanding and creating a massive bunch of make work for a short-staffed Department of Justice that's trying to remove a bunch of invaders surviving off of taxpayer-funded fraud from the country. All those people, they all got bogged down for months just doing filing work, filing and redactions. When the DOJ was already shorthanded. That's all his bill accomplished. But here's the big thing. I haven't seen anybody talking about this. Blanche also told every member of Congress that they can view every single file completely unredacted and to tell them which ones to release and unredact. Where'd Massie and Kahana go on that? There's press conferences every other day out there with the victims, doxing some poor innocent guys and dragging them through the mud, accusing them of being perverted sex criminals, abusing children. Tons of time for that. But then when Todd Blanche says, no, come on in. You can see everything. We'll remove all the redactions. If you're a member of Congress, you can see absolutely everything. And you tell us. Oh, all of a sudden they just disappear. Are you telling me that Massie and Kahana took him up on this and they went and they told him, go unredact these particular ones? And he was like, no, not going to do that. And they didn't go out and immediately be like, hey, look, here's this clip of him saying this. And we went and we gave him a list and he's refusing to release them. And just for proof, here is a video of Todd Blanche saying exactly what I just said he said.
The authority to go ahead and release more, do you not? And you have the authority to go to Congress, perhaps?
No, we have released everything. So listen, we reviewed 6 million pieces of paper. What we released was anything associated with the Epstein files. So there, we are not sitting on a single piece of paper. Nothing that should be released. If we find something else tomorrow, we'll release it. I don't anticipate we will. So the misguided assumption that there is more to be released is because we reviewed millions and millions of pages within the department, millions of which had nothing to do with Epstein. So it's not as if we looked at a document and said, we're not going to release that. If we didn't release it, it's because it was not responsive to the law and therefore not part of the Epstein files. What we've done with Congress is we by law, we had to make certain redactions, by law, including of victims and of PI information. But we said to Congress, any congressman can come in and spend as much time as they want looking at everything unredacted. And if you think we should be doing something, Congressman or Congresswoman, let us know and we will do it. And so we have that. I don't know how this department or this president can be more transparent than saying, American people, here's every single document in our entire database. And if we had to redact it because of victim names, anybody can come and look at it if you're a member of Congress. No restrictions, unredacted.
I want to squeeze in one more topic, and that is.
And this is just completely damning. There's no ambiguity in that. No ambiguity whatsoever. They've released every single document that they are legally allowed to release. There are some documents that they are not permitted to release. They legally cannot. Whether because it's actual CP, because it's got victims' names, it's like implicating to victims, and it's under seal. Like there are judges who have placed some of these documents under seal at the request of the victims themselves. They legally cannot go release those. And then the legislation that Massie got passed, that Trump signed, explicitly said that those do not need to be released. If he didn't mean that, then he shouldn't have put that in his fucking bill. But even leaving aside all of that, so everything has been released. Everyone said, oh, they haven't released everything. Oh, stuff's got redactions. Yeah, legally has to. Everything has been released. And for anything that is not released, they can come in, any member of Congress can come in, spend as long as they want, going through everything completely unredacted. The public can't see it unredacted. A member of Congress can. They can see it completely unredacted. And if there's something that they think needs to be put out there, he just said, bring it to us and we'll put it out there. And crickets. This video was from over a month ago. I guess maybe Massie has been just too busy campaigning now. He's got a campaign. All of a sudden, my seat's not secure anymore, so I've got to abandon the cause of helping the poor victims. So I can go campaign. I don't have time to go sit and look through files and. Yeah, sure, Buster. It's almost like no one actually cares about the Epstein files for their stated reasons. Correct. The only reason Thomas Massie cares about the Epstein files is because it's an attack vector for Trump. He tweeted about Epstein a combined 3 times while Joe Biden was the president. Why was he not dying on that hill then? What did he have to lose? It only became an issue once, from the sound of it, only became an issue once he was rejected for the ag secretary position. Just like Marjorie Taylor Greene chimps out and rage quits because Trump won't endorse her for her Senate campaign because she would lose. My president doesn't endorse losers. Just the same, Thomas Massie doesn't get his cabinet position that he wants and decides that he's just going to try to burn everything down on his way out. This is your man of principle. This is your noble, upstanding patriot. This is your gentleman. Okay. Yes, aspiring men, but tips.kingpill.com is still the correct tips link. Stuffhead!
Massie is a spiritual nigger woman.
That deserves a... Slutty Milk says, I don't know, man. All I'm saying is that the math doesn't add up. You can't declassify that many files with that small of a team. 6 million files! Living Dead says it's wild to be getting to the point where it's like we should just figure out how to move on from Epstein altogether because it's been so muddled that nothing is ever going to come of it, no matter how provable or otherwise. Right. That's kind of the buried lead in all of this. The great tragedy of this is that The whole Epstein thing that well has been completely poisoned. The reference fully intended there. That well has been completely poisoned. That's Thomas Massie's legacy. Here's the Epstein administration.
George Washington declared in 1789 that it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly to implore his protection and favor. These were the opening lines of America's first ever Thanksgiving proclamation. But whatever milestone it represented in the brief life of our young republic, the duty Washington described to honor, obey, and give thanks to our Creator was woven into America's character long before the founding. A keen awareness of that duty has stretched all the way back from William Bradford's own Pilgrim Proclamation in 1623 to the opening prayer of our First Continental Congress, to Lincoln's call for national Thanksgiving in the midst of the Civil War, to this very gathering today. We have always been and still are a nation of prayer, and thank God for that. In times of suffering and in times of triumph, millions of Americans continue to turn to prayer and their faith in God. John Adams famously said that our Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other. It was obvious to the founders that our faith was the ground upon which America stands. It was our very foundation as a people. And if this foundation were to crumble, so too would the very values that make us Americans. From our religious inheritance comes many of the virtues and institutions we most cherish as a people. Our system of justice, our generosity to neighbors, our respect for conscience, and the moral discipline necessary for liberty itself. As my dear friend, the late great Charlie Kirk put it, all law reflects a morality. Neither law nor morality appears in a vacuum, but ultimately come from religion. And the morality and religion that formed the American consciousness were decidedly Christian, founded upon the principles and the divinity of Jesus Christ. In 1783, Washington also proclaimed that imitation of divine charity is necessary for the mutual affection of our citizenry and the happiness of our nation. If we do not see that God loves us, we have little reason and little inspiration to love one another. This love, which forms our morality, is the foundation of a peaceful and healthful society. That's why it's so encouraging to see a renewed sense of faith emerging among America's young people. Defying predictions, the experts said that religion and faith were dying. Today, a wave of young Americans is returning to the pews. And we know that they're looking for meaning, for authority, for direction, and of course, for closeness with God. That should give all of us hope for our future together as Americans. It certainly gives me hope as your vice president. Because prayer is not merely something we do in times of crisis. It is a continual disposition of love toward God and through that love toward one another, through our fellow citizens. As we celebrate 250 years, I thank you all for joining on such a happy and wonderful occasion. And just as I pray for all of you, I ask for your prayers, for me, for the president, and for the entire cabinet. I always ask people to pray for wisdom and for courage for their leadership. Pray for wisdom that we know the path God wants us to walk. Pray for courage that we have the ability to walk that path. You'll be in my prayers as I hope I'll be in yours. May God bless you all.
The Epstein administration. This is for the Rededicate 250 message. Rededicating the nation to Christ. Straight Buster says, literally saying the only faith that matters is the one that venerates the divinity of Christ. No universal God to be heard of. Yes. Yes. Never in my life would I have expected to hear this sort of thing from the Vice President of the United States.
Here we
Alpha
go.
male alert!
Here comes the money.
Magoo!
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar. Ching, ching, bling, bling, cut the chatter. You ain't talking money, then your talking don't matter.
Thank you, sir, for the $100 tip. Magoo, you are a patriot, my friend. Look at us. We're almost at 250. We're so close. Almost to 250. And then maybe we'll get to 400. Make sure you guys go over to forum.kingpill.com and sign up in case we hit the 400 tonight or today, this morning, this afternoon, whenever it is. If we actually do hit that, then someone who signs up over there, I'll do a random drawing and someone will get 10% of the total tip take, no matter how high it goes. I'll send it to you in the form of a digital gift card. Retailer of your choice, no purchase necessary. Chode88 over on Rumble says, Matt will come pay my tithe over there on Kick, but I just can't with that fucking app. So many issues. I'll be over here speaking into the void, enjoying the show alone. Yeah, I know. I wish Kick was better. It's, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Good to see you, man. Thank you. All right, so a couple other Massie things here, just some clips. Captive Dreamer says, Thomas Massie's smug self-righteousness is insufferable. Calling your party a bunch of pedophiles while saying you vote with them most of the time. What even is the angle here? Just a bad guy. Think about this. The party is full of warmongering pedophiles, but don't worry, I vote with them most of the time.
So, Congressman, in the last 2 weeks, you repeated AOC's talking points on Venezuela, and Jasmine Crockett has retweeted you. When will you change your party affiliation to Democrat?
I thought you knew. I vote with Republicans 91% of the time.
seems-
And the 9% I don't, they're taking up for pedophiles, starting another war, or bankrupting our country.
So, Congressman, in the last...
Just a massive self-own. Taking up for pedophiles, starting another war, or bankrupting our country. Don't worry. 91% of the time, I'm with them. 91% of the time, I'm aligned with the party that takes up for pedophiles, starts wars, and bankrupts our country. It's just... Here's another one.
Let's do it. Okay, I'm walking to an airplane to rejoin the most expensive congressional race in U.S. history.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, it's a referendum, really. Unfortunately, it's turned into whether Israel gets to buy seats in Congress. And what they found out is that my seat's really expensive. They've probably, when this is over, will have spent $20 million and come up short.
So why is it? That's a measure of just how much of an asshole you have been. Once again, I ask, why is your seat up for sale in the first place? Why is it so difficult for you to maintain that seat? Why is that so hard for you? What are you accomplishing?
Is Israel the only country that gets to buy elections in the United States? Or does any other country get to? Is this
you know, I've never seen Great Britain or Australia or even Germany play in our elections here in the United States, but Israel gets so much from the United States. It's a one-sided relationship. They get us to be their proxies in wars that they want against their enemies. They get our military assistance, they get our technology, they get our bombs, they get our tax dollars. And I think it's a very one-sided relationship. At least with NATO, we pretend that they would come to our aid someday if we needed it. And even that's a ruse.
Yeah.
So who doesn't pretend that? Who's been highlighting precisely that? Maybe a guy who could use a little help on that front, perhaps? If that's something that you seem to care about? Great take from Homan's top guy, Powerful Mutual. He said, Massie turned it into a referendum on Israel because it's a lot easier than explaining to voters in an R+30 district how the Austrian School of Economics prevented him from funding ICE. That is what we call a banger. That is directly over the target. Go follow him at Passcode Ronald. This is a very strange thing to say.
they're either voting for Thomas Massie or they're voting against Thomas Massie.
Right.
I think it's a lot harder to get in your car and drive somewhere. By the way, we're hoping for bad weather. They're either voting.
We're hoping for bad weather. I'm hoping that some of my constituents, that there'll be bad weather and there's low turnout. So only the most passionate supporters of mine turn out. My other constituents who are unhappy with me, hopefully they're unable to drive in the bad weather so they don't turn out to vote me out. I mean, it's just run-of-the-mill politics, but that's the thing. The dude's just a run-of-the-mill politician. I don't think he used to be. I think he's become that. Now, there's an interesting theory that not Crypto Rich, but it was on Crypto Rich, Joaquin Flores brought up, and Jason Mirachuk has said this as well. And I've left the door open to this. I think that there's a possibility that this is the case, that this is really there's a kayfabe thing going on here between Trump and Massie. That basically the idea here is that Massie is going to win. Trump is going to do this big I'm opposing him. Go get him out. He's terrible. He's bad. And the point here is to show that we can AIPAC can dump in all this funding and we can rally this whole big thing against him on the subject of Israel, and he's going to win anyways because people are so sick and tired of AIPAC and Israel. It's kind of a stretch to me. I think the fact that they've mobilized the entire administration. You've got J.D. Vance, you got Stephen Miller, you got Pete Hegseth, you got all of them out campaigning for this guy, for Ed Gowrine. They're all talking about the same thing. I don't really buy it, but I will say that what this means is there's kind of a heads I win, tails you lose sort of thing here. Like, we win either way. If Massie does win, then suddenly it's like, oh, well, apparently AIPAC doesn't buy congressional seats anymore. Glad that's resolved. Now we can move on. We don't have to spend every waking hour of every fucking day talking about the same thing. Or he gets voted out and, he goes and starts a Rumble podcast or something. We win either way. This is life in Donald Trump's America. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen.
If you're black, you're 3 times more likely to get a false denial than if you're white. If you're Hispanic, you're twice as likely to get a false denial in the NICS background check system than if you're white. And I'm talking about false denials. You are a law-abiding, good citizen, and they turn you away from the gun store. Why is that? Because your name is similar to other ethnic in that same ethnicity. Whether you're Hispanic, you may have a name that's Hispanic. And then you have a name, unfortunately, that's similar to somebody who's been locked up. I showed this to Sheila Jackson Lee and Hank Johnson, 2 blacks in the Judiciary Committee, and they said, oh my God, you're right. This system's racist. We gotta fix it. And so...
Your based Republican congressman. Hank Johnson was the guy who was concerned about Guam tipping over and people drowning. Sheila Jackson Lee is exactly what Sheila Jackson Lee sounds like. Here is Massie on the campaign trail talking about how he is going out of his way to go give ammo to Democrats in their campaign for eradicating racism and ensuring that we can get more blacks with guns. Is this really a pressing issue right now, Thomas Massie? Is this really top of the priority list here? It isn't the first time he's done this.
Report, and what we've discovered through my friend John Lott, who's an economist and a statistician and an author, is that there's inherent racism in the NICS background check system. Because it's sloppy and they check only phonetically similar names, when you go to purchase a gun, you can be deprived of purchasing that gun. And the appeals process can get messy to prove you're not the same person that they think is the person who's prohibited. It turns out if you're a Black American or Hispanic, you're far more likely to share a name phonetically with somebody who's a prohibited person who's been convicted of a crime of a year that has a punishment of a year or more. Report.
Yeah, screwed up Nevsky. Giving Sheila Jackson Lee ammo and talking points. I just double checked to confirm. Sheila Jackson Lee is from Central Houston. Why do we have a Republican congressman giving Sheila Jackson Lee ammo in this campaign against proving systemic racism so that we can arm more young black dudes in Houston? Is this really a priority? Is this actually gonna, you're like, oh, well, the Second Amendment and Americans' right to bear arms, and when we like the rubber meets the road here, are we gonna get a net improved outcome from proving that the system is systemically racist and we need to make sure that more blacks and browns get guns? In the actual real world, is this going to produce better or worse outcomes? Aspiring Midwit says, Massie, the consummate knower of what the founders wanted. We all remember their unending desire for blacks to be armed. Yeah. It's just staggering. And then this just to top it off. Now we're just making fun of him because of the company he keeps, but this is how the game is played. This is the guy. Massie's team is flying out to go support him in Kentucky.
You know what's crazy about shopping at the Goy Slop Market? Now that you know, once you're awake, your shopping experience takes you...
Once you're awake, bro?
At least twice as long. Because like when you come to the spaghetti sauce aisle, you got to figure out which one of these products is kosher, right? And you do that by looking for this little K logo on the side of the container. And if you don't find the K logo, that means you're eating Goy Slop. So Goy Slop is the poison that they feed us, Goyim, right? We're the cattle. We're subhuman to these people. So if you're not getting the bottles that are labeled with the K or the special label, then it's not kosher. And it's not kosher, it's poison. So if you're not eating that specific labeled product, then you know you're getting the Goy Slop right here. Boom. See that little U right there? That little U? I can't point to it and hold my phone at the same time. Yes, I can if I set my phone. So check this shit out, boys. This is Goy Slop 101.
Check it out, boys.
Right there,
I'm ready to learn.
Right there.
I'm getting learned.
That means kosher. So that means that this random off-brand, like I mean, all this, boys and girls, Batoli, Classico, Regu, Pregu, Meyer brand, all that, all Goy Slop. Now, I don't like tomato basil, so let's hopefully it ain't just the tomato basil, baby. World famous vodka, 4 cheese, crushed red pepper.
Oh man, you got a clash here of your principles and your tastes. I mean, like, come on, man. Seriously? Come on. He's got to do the hands. He's got, like, look at him. Look at him! He says you need to buy kosher food so that Zog doesn't poison you. This one had me rolling. The Chuddinator. Powerful Mutual. Says, okay, so hear me out. We need to start keeping Shabbat because the Sabbath is when the Jews poison the electricity. I hate it when the Jews poison the electricity. That's why I'm opposed to data centers. I hate data centers. The Jews are poisoning the electricity. We need to keep Shabbat. Slutty Mook says, I'm so anti-Semitic, I go to synagogue to own the Jews. You must eat kosher to own the Jews. Bobby Blastus, getting so anti-Semitic that I keep kosher. Oh! All right, well, speaking of, here's just a masterful segue. Speaking of data centers and massive faggots. One of the small acts of petty rebellion I partake in is wearing anti-corporate messaging under my corporate henchman day job uniform. This is astonishing. Astonishing Redditing. The most Reddit thing that I've ever seen in my life. Every single one of you faggots out there complaining about data centers is literally this guy. This is you. Save the forest, destroy AI data centers. Now this guy might look similar to that, but he's actually a very interesting follow. Quick thoughts. I've got a couple of these videos here that I'm going to share with you guys, talking about this data center, this proposed data center going in Utah. There's all this hullabaloo about this. People are very concerned. There's lots of things. It's polluting the water. It's making the land hotter. It is making electricity more expensive. All these sorts of things. These are the people. And then there's the surveillance state. We're going to get into all of this with this debate between Tucker Carlson and Kevin O'Leary here in just a few minutes. But all of this this is another one of these things. Like, I can look at the people who are lobbying for Thomas Massie, who are begging for Thomas Massie's political career to continue. I can look at the company that he's keeping, and I don't even need to go further than that. I can go further than that, but I don't need to go further than that. I already understand what's happening here. Just the same, all of this anti-data center stuff is derived from the same types of people. And it's the same level of apocalyptic, fear-mongering, doom porn, clickbait slop.
Kevin O'Leary asks Utah an intriguing question. What if you give me 40,000 acres of untaxed land twice the size of Manhattan for a data center that will use more power than the entirety of Utah currently, raise nighttime temperatures by 26 degrees, threaten the local ecosystem, and in return, I'll provide enough jobs to raise the total job pool in Utah by 0.07%? What do you say, Utah?
First, landowners are selling or leasing their land to the project. It's not being given. Second, it doesn't make sense to think about percentage change in employment across the whole state. The data center is not being built across the whole state. It's being built in Box Elder County, Utah. Population 65,000. If half of the population has a job, then we aren't talking about 0.07% of a change in employment. We're talking about plus 7% employment, because the project is expected to bring in 2,000 permanent jobs at completion. Third, jobs aren't the only thing. In terms of taxes, the project is expected to bring in $30 million annually for Box Elder County in the first phase, and more than $100 million annually at full build-out. And that's for Box Elder County specifically. There's also money that would go to the state or the MEDA program, but this is $100 million annually at full build-out to Box Elder County.
Population 60,000, $100 million annually. Okay.
2026 budget summary for Box Elder County shows us that the county currently has $52 million in revenue. They have a budget deficit of $11 million, and they have a fund balance of $38 million. So the real trade being offered here is, I'm going to buy some land from private landowners and build a data center on it. You get plus 7% employment in the county and 3 times your tax revenue, which I think sounds like a little bit better of a trade.
After nearly 4,000 people lodged objections to the project, the complaints have suddenly gone silent. That's either because everyone has changed their mind, or Utah has changed the process to where all previous complaints have been invalidated, and to lodge a new one, you have to pay $15. Paywalling the complaint process to a foreign billionaire's tax-exempt data center in your backyard is probably the best encapsulation of American democracy that I've ever heard.
No, there's always been a $15 fee to lodge a complaint. And if you bother to look into this at all, you'd see the 4,000-ish people who originally filed protest, they did have to pay the $15 fee too. And it's funny, I think, because getting all the details wrong while you're quoting The Guardian out of context and fear-mongering and catastrophizing, oh no, this project is going to be like 23 atom bombs worth of electricity. I would say that's the perfect encapsulation of the morning brew.
heard. The project will require 9 gigawatts of power,
much
which
is
according
that?
to this helpful webpage from the Department of Energy, oh wait, never mind, that was deleted within the past 6 days.
trying to
But
cover
for
it up.
context, that's about as much as the entirety of New York City uses on a peak summer day. The project will produce the thermal load equivalent to 23 atomic bombs worth of energy being dumped into the local environment every day.
23 atom bombs going off a day? No, that's way too many. That's what I mean about the catastrophizing. If it's a similar amount of electricity to New York City, does that mean that New York City has 23 atom bombs a day going off right now? It's just a silly metric to convert thermal load to nuclear bombs. All you're trying to do is scare people and make it seem like that's a big amount. I'm going to stop showing clips from his video and just speed through a couple more things that bother me. He says that it's going to raise the temperature by 5 degrees or 28 degrees at night, but what he neglects is that it's going to raise the temperature in Hansel Valley, in this uninhabited desert valley where the power plant is being built, not across the state or across the county or anything. So, oh no, the power plant in the uninhabited desert valley might be warm. I don't think that's such a big deal. There are concerns about water. The water for the project is not coming from the Great Salt Lake, and it's not new water. It's currently agricultural irrigation that comes from water rights of the property owners. So because they bought that 40,000 acres, they can take water from the 40,000 acres and use that to cool their data center. And there are concerns about how much power it's using. The development will produce all of its power on site, and it's not taking power from the grid. Stuff like this is just misinformation. Even if you disagree with me about the data center, I think you have to admit that he's not presenting it fairly. He doesn't explain why Box Elder County might want the data center, for example. And he catastrophizes the fears. Oh, it's like 23 atom bombs a day worth of electricity. No. And I think people like this just want to scare you for attention. He gets millions of views by lying about data centers. And that's good for him, but it gives people the wrong idea. So thanks for your time.
Now, this guy here he's pretty entertaining. He's maybe a little bit of a lib, kind of. He seems like he's kind of libertarian-ish. Doesn't seem like he's a huge fan of Trump. He's like fact checks Trump administration social media posts and stuff. But he's been going ham on this data centers thing. Here is another one. I'm gonna kind of push through these because I want to get to this debate with Tucker Carlson and Kevin O'Leary, and I want to play the monologue that Tucker has before because there's a lot in there to get into. Chode88, our good friend Borp over on Rumble, said Kevin absolutely cooked Tucker in the interview. Tucker smugly asked if he answers any of the questions asked. Not only did he answer every question, he completely wiped the floor with any of Tucker's concerns he brought up in his opening monologue. So there's your little spoiler alert in case you, I guess, for whatever reason, you don't want to sit here and partake in the whole thing with me. You just got your summary right there. Georgie P says it's just like climate change alarmism. It's not just like climate change alarmism. It literally is the same thing. There is one particular name behind this campaign that we'll get into here a little bit later that you will recognize. This is literally a continuation of climate change alarmism. It's the anti-nuclear thing, the global warming, all of this stuff. This is all one. This is the same ecosystem.
A lot of people are complaining about data centers. Her video, for example, is 1 million views complaining about a giant data center in Utah. And I'm kind of confused by that because I would think that an uninhabited desert valley in Utah is the perfect place to build a giant data center.
I've been following really closely what's happening in Box Elder County, Utah, where Canadian billionaire Kevin O'Leary is trying to build.
I'm gonna have to apologize, you guys, for this one because if you're anything like me, you're gonna want to drive ice picks into your ears after listening to this woman.
The world's largest data center, a $100 billion project, okay? This would be the largest data center in the world at over 40,000 acres. And at full capacity, the data center, which is called the Stratos project, is set to use 9 gigawatts.
What's going on up here?
Of electricity. More than double the entire amount of electricity used by Utah as a whole.
First, the data center is built on 40,000 acres. The project area is 40,000 acres. It's not a single 40,000 acre building. This is the area where they're building their own power plant and data center and whatever buildings they need. Most of the acres will remain undeveloped. One reason the project area is so large is because they are buying water rights of the current property owners. So the current property owners are using water for agricultural irrigation. The data center project buys that land, buys a huge amount of land, 40,000 acres, where water is being used for agricultural irrigation, and repurposes that water to cool their data center. She says the data center is going to use 9 gigawatts of power, more than double Utah's electricity consumption. One, all of the power will be produced on site. It's not drawing power from the grid. If we look at electricity consumption by state, we can see that Utah just doesn't use that much electricity compared to other states. There are plenty of states that use double or triple. Tennessee is about triple, Pennsylvania 4 times. Texas is like 10 times, more than 10 times what Utah uses. So if over the course of this project, they reach their goal and they double or triple Utah's electricity usage, so why is that bad? It's not incurring more cost to the people of Utah because they're building their own power plant.
By Utah as a whole. Robert Davies, a physics professor from Utah State University, says that he actually thinks the project will require an additional 7 to 8 gigawatts of waste heat energy, meaning that the project in total will be 23 gigawatts of total thermal load energy, which is the equivalent of dropping 23 atom bombs in Utah every single day. Also, let's
Okay, electricity generation across every state is going to have that same thermal load property. Not every generator is perfectly efficient, so they're going to generate waste heat as well. So if you say, okay, we're going to have 23 atom bombs a day worth of electricity going off in Utah, well then currently we have 230 atom bombs a day going off in Texas, plus hundreds more in every other state. I think it's kind of a silly metric to use.
century, it is estimated that Utah's overall temperature has increased by 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? Now, Davies estimates that this project would increase Utah's daily temperature by 5 degrees and Utah's night temperature by 28 degrees.
No, Davies wrote that daytime temperature could increase 2 to 5 degrees throughout Hansel Valley, not the state of Utah, the valley where the data center is being built. Same with nighttime temperature, could increase up to 28 degrees trapped in the valley. Hansel Valley is an uninhabited desert valley. So if you build a big power plant here and a big data center here, maybe it'll increase the temperature of this valley by 5 degrees, but okay, nobody lives there. I think this project solves a lot of people's stated concerns with data centers. You're worried about water usage? They're reallocating agricultural water to cool the data center. Worried about power cost? They're building their own power plants. You're worried about waste heat or the size of the construction or the noise or something? It's in the middle of an uninhabited desert valley where it's already hot. And you're worried about this is such a huge project? This is a giant data center or something, world's biggest data center? Well, that's just data centers that don't have to be built in other places, that are being built in this uninhabited desert valley. I think the concerns in her video are just fear-mongering for reasons that I hope I've explained here. Thanks for your time.
All right, now there's a thread here. I'm just going to kind of push through it really quickly. There's a Substack post that's associated with it. You can go consume that on your own time if you'd like to get down and dirty into the details of it. Nick Carter says, AI is hiking your energy bill is the most popular political talking point of 2026. The data doesn't support it. A thread. There are many graphs in this thread. He says, I sorted 50 states into data center intensity quintiles. States with the highest data center energy share, which would be Q5 down here, the sort of like dark red. This is Virginia, Texas, Nevada, Iowa, Oregon, and Arizona. They collectively have the lowest and slowest rising mean residential energy prices. But I live in one of those states and my bill went up. In nominal dollars, in real terms, bills are down in the most data center intense states. It's inflation, not AI, which is driving up energy prices. Graph. Blue line is nominal, red line is real. Case study, Texas. ERCOT's large flexible load capacity went from about 1.2 gigawatts in 2018 to about 9.5 gigawatts in 2025, a gargantuan AI plus crypto buildout. Real residential prices barely moved. Cheap nat gas, huge solar, wind, and battery additions, and behind-the-meter campuses absorbed almost all of it. Behind the meter, meaning that there's a bunch of different methods that can be used for it, but basically they're generating their own energy. They're not drawing off of the existing grid. They're not tapped into the public utilities. They're generating their own. And the goal here is for them to not just generate their own, but then whatever excess they have to push it back onto the grid. And the potential for this is to actually substantially decrease energy costs while also decentralizing the grid. And once you get into like adding Bitcoin mining onto this is one of the things that Texas has done, is they've got a lot of Bitcoin miners that use up all the excess energy when it's not needed. And when the grid goes under substantial load, whether it's like a big freeze or a big heat wave or something like that, they can dial down their mining and allow that extra capacity to be absorbed. And then when that load incident diminishes again, then they just dial up again. It's a great way of adding resilience to the grid while also monetizing all of this excess energy. Now zoom into the top 10 AI data center states. Real rates are ticking up in 2025, especially in PJM, which is Ohio and Virginia. That's where the build-out is finally starting to bite. But the magnitude is small, and most of these states still sit well below the U.S. average. Now, to be clear, this is all backwards looking. He's just talking about what has happened thus far. It's possible things change in the future. He provides all these qualifiers. But this is as things stand right now. He says this here is the single most important chart. If AI were driving prices, you'd see a cluster top right. This is the x-axis is total electricity load growth from 2020 to 2025. Here's the 0% right here. So you've got Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Hawaii, who their electricity load growth has actually fallen off over the last 5 years. And then all the way up here, the top end, you've got plus 30%. So Virginia has had the greatest electricity load growth over the last since 2020, from 2020 through 2025, 6 years technically. Virginia's had the greatest load growth. The y-axis is real change in residential electricity price from the same period, stated in 2025 dollars. So if AI was the thing that was driving price increases, you would expect to see a lot up here. Now you see some that are up, kind of edging up into this quartile up here. But he says states with huge load growth, Virginia, Texas, Nevada, North Dakota, and Iowa, sit at about 0 cents change in 5 years. States with massive price hikes, California, New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, have basically no load growth. AI is also getting more efficient. For a fixed unit of intelligence, energy per query has fallen about 200x in 3.5 years. This is a conservative estimate. Aggregate demand is still climbing, yes. C.C. Jevons paradox. But intelligence is getting cheaper faster than any commodity in modern history. If not AI, then what? Politics. Blue states pay about 6 cents per kilowatt hour more than red states, and the gap is widening. Denuclearization, blocked pipelines, rigid renewable mandates, NIMBYism, expensive union labor, these are stated policies, not market forces, and not AI. States with lots of data centers have cheap power, and data centers go to cheap states. Blue states have costly power because they are pursuing climate transitions, have NIMBY dynamics, and don't build pipelines and deprecate nuclear. So there is a little bit of a bias here in that the states that already have cheap power are the ones that the data centers are going to. And then the ones that have lots of data centers also have cheap power. So you actually get a positive feedback loop here to a certain extent, at least thus far. The biggest real price hike since 2019, California, Rhode Island, DC, Connecticut, Maine, New York, Maryland, and Massachusetts. All blue. And they're all like substantially blue. All low data center exposure. Falling real prices is mostly red, many with heavy data centers. AI isn't yet the villain. Policymakers complaining about AI might be. And then here's his full write-up and complete methodological information for every chart available at the Substack link here. Now, let's see here. I'm going to play this video real quick, just as one last setup before we get into the debate. Here is, speed this up just a little. The robots are coming.
Finally tonight here, my journey here in China to find the humanoid robots putting the world on notice. We land here in Beijing, the American flags and the Chinese, for this high-stakes summit, where the global race to lead on artificial intelligence and robotics technology is on. And we go to find the robots. This AI developer conference, one of the biggest here in China. You can see the future is walking right towards us. One of the humanoid robots here on display at the conference. This humanoid robot stands at 5'5". They call him Ollie. This robot weighs about 121 pounds. You're convinced this robot is going to be able to do chores in the family home? Yes. It's bowing already. You've taught the robot how to bow, but you think that's just the beginning. Yes, they tell us, proud to show us this. Through artificial intelligence, you've trained the robot to be able to lay down and then get back up. They program these robots with data on human movement. This robot weighs 121 pounds, laying completely down, and then sitting back up like a human. They consider this a major technical leap.
Have a waist, and that makes it more flexible.
Oh, the waist.
The waist.
Yeah. It's all in the hips. And they tell me this is
Shakira
just a start, but what they've been able to do already is eye-opening. This is the G1 humanoid robot built by the Chinese robotics company Unitree. They have put the robot through extreme tests, walking through deep snow in northwestern China, freezing Arctic-level temperatures 53 degrees below zero. That same robot on rollerblades and on ice skates, doing flips. And look at this, 50 of those robots in unison. And their newest model just this week, the GD01, transforming from 2 to 4 legs and able to carry a human. The U.S. is building robotics too, but by some estimates, these Chinese humanoid robots now account for nearly 80% of sales worldwide. And we look for one of those Unitree G1 humanoid robots right here. So this is the robot that you've seen rollerblading, ice skating, testing temperatures, Arctic level temperatures. We go for a walk with the robot. It then performs martial arts and dance moves too. And it's something we hear over and over again here. The workers at Unitree tell us they are convinced these robots will soon help in the home with daily chores. We ask, what will this robot do? What do you see the robot doing to help humans? They tell us it'll help in the home and at factories too. And we ask, will it replace humans?
It will not replace humans, but it will replace some work that human does.
Won't replace the human, but replace some of the work. Be very careful, right? But already the household chores. Not far from us, the robot folding laundry. Not bad, huh? All right, there you go. I mean, I can still fold faster than the robot. And they tell us here that laundry is just the start. Unitree robots are being programmed to make beds, help clean the house, to do the dishes. The people here are mesmerized. Who wins the artificial intelligence race when it comes to robots? China? The US?
I totally think it's China.
You think it's going to be China?
Yes. It has to be China.
You say to the American. Tonight, the humanoid robots we witness coming right at us, part of this newest frontier to win artificial intelligence. It certainly makes you sit up straight, doesn't it? It sure did for me. I'll see you later tonight in prime time, the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time, as these two leaders greet one another. And of course, I'll see you right here tomorrow night. Good night.
So yeah, Living Dead, this is literally Chinese propaganda. But I think an important takeaway from this is, like, there's zero question whatsoever that who knows how long it's going to take. Is it going to take 5 years? Is it going to take 15 years, 20 years, whatever? At some point in the relatively near future, there is going to be mass production of robots that are used for an insane number of what are basically menial tasks. And this is going to drive the cost of production of it's going to be like people are going to buy a robot the way they buy a car. And you'll buy a robot that can do a bunch of different things for you, which is going to open up a ton of productive time. This is a thing that Tucker talks about a decent amount in his opening monologue. So I'm going to save some of my thoughts on this. But, like, number one, you can't over-index on what it looks like right now, because the rate at which this is developing is expanding really rapidly. And there's this tendency of people to be like, oh, well, let's make it like really humanoid and have it do specific like humanoid tasks. But this robots extends beyond just the ones that have like arms and legs. Having we have a robot vacuum, and it's totally mundane now to have a robot vacuum that you just program and it like maps out your house and it drives around and it vacuums everything up. This has made my wife's life immensely better. Massive change in quality of life. It's one of the reasons why the rest of the family is still alive, because the house just gets vacuumed. It's programmed. The house goes out. It gets vacuumed. When those were first released, they were, a couple grand, at least like several $100s. We got this one for like, I don't know. I think it was $150, $200, $300, something like that. I didn't even remember. Like, it didn't even stand out to me. It wasn't an expense that really stood out that much. It was just like, okay, yeah, we should take this seriously. Does this make sense? Does this one work? Does it look like it'll suit our needs? Yeah, great. Got it. And it has been an immense benefit for us. What's happening is a slave class is being created. We are going to have mass availability of slaves. Ordinary common people are going to be able to purchase slaves and employ those slaves in doing the either like low value work where like the time spent on it is not worth where the payoff is not worth the time spent on it, or it'll be things that human beings can't necessarily do, that one human being wouldn't necessarily be able to do. And the applications for this are going to, like, is one thing that Tucker and Kevin O'Leary go back and forth on, is Tucker's like, well, tell me what jobs are going to be created. Tell me what things are going to be. And it's like, you don't necessarily know. Like, that's kind of the whole point. You can kind of project. You can start putting together a list of things. You could begin engaging in the process of developing the ability. Just pick a thing and go contribute to whatever, developing the ability to do that. This is going to increase the productive capacity, increase the standard of living for everyone. And that's not even getting into like the ability to send robots to Mars or send robots out to mine stuff out in Siberia or whatever. There's going to be so many different applications. You basically have a slave class that can be used without the, let's say, political, the same political vulnerabilities. Here's your acre and a mule. Yeah. Right, Baja Be Thy Blast. What about the oil lamp lighters? This is the same old Luddite argument that's been had so many, this debate has been had so many times that it's the exact same thing. Quick tip here from Edgar Allan Poe.
Eyes that shone like black diamond, had beautiful Annabelle Lee, and thighs like an offensive lineman, though she stood only 5'3".
Butt maxing. Got those birthing hips. Thank you, Edgar Allan Poe. All right, so I have very much got to use the restroom, and I'm going to give my voice a break for just a few minutes. So, quick little intermission here. Give you guys some. Oh, you guys got a good one. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of EWBSX, and I'll be back in a few moments.
Same old places. Found the bottom of the bottle's always dry. But when you poured out your heart, I didn't waste it. 'Cause there's nothing like your love to get me high. Whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. You're resting. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey. Tennessee whiskey.
This next song here means more to me than anything in this entire world but my girlfriend. It's a song about my mom, day in the life of what it was like when I was growing up. I get pretty loud in this one, so if you don't like that, I'm sorry, but that's my last song. Lighting up cigarettes in the 7th grade, that's what my mother taught me. She was falling asleep, driving down 68. I drove just to get us back safe. I wishing hard that I could escape. Tripping down all the steps of the local school bus, wishing I didn't have to go home. Oven was heating the house, if our electric was on, I hope Dad left money for us. 'Cause 3 days and I haven't had much. And I'm tired of being nice, I just don't have it inside me. I can't take much more shit from you. And I have cut you out of my life. You love me when you need a high. I'm done spending my money on you. And if Dad was off, then boy we were gone. Just driving around and listening to tunes. 'Cause we had peace of mind. If she couldn't find us, we were all constantly on the move. My whole life I've been running from you. Oh yeah, and I'm tired of being nice. I just don't have it inside me. I can't take much more shit from you. And I have cut you out of my life. You love me when you need a high. Done spending my money on you. I'm done now and I'm through with you. And I'm through with you, yeah. Oh yeah, and I'm tired of being nice. I just don't have it inside me. I can't take much more shit from you. I have cut you out of my life. You love me when you need a high. I'm done spending my money on you. 'Cause I'm through with you. 'Cause I'm through with you. Hey, thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. Thank you. Seriously, guys, thank you so much. My name's Nolan.
Okay, so we got the 2 chicken nuggets, and then the number 1, that's going to be $22.50 at the first window.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Or my pleasure. My pleasure. I said my pleasure. I said my pleasure, right? Dude, you gotta let me in. I said my pleasure. I said my pleasure. You can ask him. I said it. I said it. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you can. I said it. I said my pleasure. I said it. I said it. I said my pleasure.
So that was 2 chicken nuggets and a number 1. That's gonna be $20.55 if you just pull around to the front window.
What happened to the other guy?
So there was no other guy, but if you just pull up, your food will be ready.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, my pleasure.
You're listening to EWBSX, the Cyber Bully, the world's first and only 24/7 right-wing internet schizo mixtape.
Nigga, Highlander. Nigga, Highlander. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, Highlander. They don't understand the things I
it is, the gay bomb. Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what they're... What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby. And I'm not saying people didn't naturally have homosexual feelings. I'm not even getting into it, quite frankly. I mean, give me a break. You're gay! I'm like, oh, shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that?
Sorry, not faggy enough.
Crap. I'm sick of being social engineered. It's not funny.
Once an honest man could go from sunrise to its set without encountering agents of the state or government. But a sorry cloud of tyranny has fallen across the land, brought on by the hollow men who did not understand that for centuries our forefathers have fought enough and died to keep themselves and to themselves, to fight the rising tide. That if in the smallest battles we surrender to the state, we enter in a darkness whence we never shall escape. When they raise their hands up, our lives to possess, to know our souls, to drag us down, will resist. What Tyler led the people in 1381 to meet the king at Smithfield to issue this demand, that Winchester should be the only law across the land, the law of old King Alfred's time of free and honest men. Cause the people then, they understood what we have since begun, that a government will only work for its own benefit. And I'd rather stand up naked against the elements alone than give the hollow men the right to enter in my home. When they raise their hands up, our lives to possess, to know our souls, to drag us down, will resist. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for what you own. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for your homes. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for what you own. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for your homes. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for what you own. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for your homes. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for what you own. Stand up, sons of liberty, and fight for your homes. So if ever a man should ask you for your business or your name, tell him to go and fuck himself, tell his friends to do the same. Cause a man who traded his liberty for a safe and dreamless sleep doesn't deserve the both of them, and neither shall he keep.
What a banger. Yeah, Mr. Stu says it's a shame Frank Turner is likely a shitlib, but he's a good theater kid. Yeah, that gets the Celtic rage intensifies. Yeah, that gets the blood memories activating. We got a tip that came in. Another $2 from Edgar Allan Poe.
Such tragedy was equaled not by Ovid's greatest thespian, as haunts me now that my beloved claims she is a. And here's where I'm stuck. Thespian, thespian, thespian. Damn this writer's block.
I don't know.
Is Patrick Casey white? I'm just asking questions here, folks.
Thank you, Rice Redemption. To that I say,
I've got bad news for you. You're Jewish.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Thespian. What rhymes with thespian? I can't think of something that would fit there. Says tragedy was equaled not by Ovid's greatest thespian, as haunts me now that my beloved claims she is I don't know. Lesbian? Yeah, lesbian's not bad. I think lesbian. You're just gonna have to coin a term here. We're not. There isn't something that's there. There isn't an extant term that would work there. I love our poets, our great creatives, our sensitive young poet chuds. Like this one.
Keep my motherfucking president name out your mouth. Fuck niggas. Don't fuck with my motherfucking president. Nigga, we ride with Donald Trump over here, niggas.
Just poetry. Pezeshkian. Anna Kasparian. All right, let us do this. Let us do it. Debate Tucker versus Kevin O'Leary on the dystopian AI future devouring American energy and jobs. Now, I need to get to sleep here soon. This is a long one. I've got it on 1 1/4, and make it through as much of the. I want to get the whole thing. I want to get it all in one. So we're just gonna go, and I might skip some stuff, but otherwise, let's go.
Just when you think you got it all figured out, you see trends in progress that seem to contradict each other. And you wouldn't have expected that. Here's one example. So whatever you think of the war with Iran, there is really no arguing the fact it has caused a global energy crisis, maybe the most severe global energy crisis, well, since the discovery of fossil fuels. To give it some perspective, so the Strait of Hormuz famously is closed down. That's the choke point through which a fifth of the world's hydrocarbons flow. And that's been for maybe 2.5 months. If the strait is opened by next month, which is best case scenario, we have no idea if that's going to happen or not, but let's just say it did. June, strait opens, business returns to normal, energy flows what they were on February 27th, just world returns to status quo, there will still be a net loss of 1.8 billion barrels of oil, not including that.
I got to pause it already. There's something that I can't remember if Tom Luongo coined this, or if it was
to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Dr. Doom Guy, thank you, Patriot, for the 10 gifted subs. Sir, Dr. Doomtriot. Zika official. Uh-oh, we got Zika virus up in here. You guys, Steven Ditcoupable. Okay, yeah. Florida Girl. I recognize that one. Gaga, you gave Gaga a gifted sub. Emperor Atreides, Homeless Nomad, and Jumpa. And Kumala. Interesting names. I see some Patriots in there. Gaga especially. Thank you for watching, Gaga. I can't remember if it was Tom Luongo who coined this, or if maybe it was Joaquin Flores and Tom talked. I can't remember where the origin of it, but appeal to the status quo. It's like a new fallacy that needs to be added to the list of fallacies for neckbeards to actually each other with. Appeal to status quo. Why is the goal to get back to the state of things before? Why do we need to get back where the strait was what it was before? Like, whenever I hear anybody talk about this, I'm like, okay, so you clearly don't understand any of the dynamics around the strait. You're just like, you're a headline guy. You heard Iran, Israel, energy crisis, Trump retarded, and you're like, oh, must be true. But like, imagine being the guy who could literally send a text message to the man. A man who is notoriously accessible to commentators, media people. You could literally send him a text to understand this. Yeah, I wish I had Trump's a Jew. I wish I had that on here right now. I did the whole round and round in circles, like, is Tucker just retarded, or is he pretending to be retarded? Is he actually retarded? Is he pretending to be retarded? It's got to the point where I can't really make the case for he's pretending to be retarded anymore. If he is pretending to be retarded, he will have my eternal respect. I may never find out, but I will kneel before him if he's just pretending to be retarded. Because this is just okay. Sorry, I'm just let it keep going.
Natural gas, by the way, or petrochemicals, or all kinds of other commodities the world needs, but just oil. 1.8 billion barrels missing from the global energy system. And that's best case. So that has massive effects on the price of everything. And now everyone's kind of an amateur expert on the need for energy and global supply chains and all this stuff. And
why is that? Why is it that manipulating the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz has massive effects on the price of everything? Because, like, energy is like the base layer. So, like, if energy prices go up, everything else goes up. But why is it that this one particular location on the globe, there's this we have got a massive abundance of oil all over the place. But manipulating the flow through this one strait causes prices everywhere to go up. Who benefits from that? Who might have constructed a situation like that? Why is that the case in the first place? And if that's the case, then why is it then assumed to be necessary that we need to go back to the status quo where that continues to be the case? This doesn't make any sense. You don't even have to necessarily understand any of the dynamics at play here. The history of Iran or Israel, their conflicts with each other, or the blow by blow, whatever's happened. Just that fact pattern alone. There's this oil is massively abundant everywhere, particularly in the United States. There's this one choke point in this one place on the other side of the globe. And yet when flow is constrained through that choke point, all of a sudden the price of everything goes up. Why are we living like this? Why would we want to go back?
What we have been misled about for the last...
And furthermore, if there is suddenly 1.8 billion or whatever barrels of oil missing from the market, well, it seems like the country that produces the most oil in the world might benefit in that circumstance.
15 years, because of climate orthodoxy, we're now learning the hard way, which is you need fossil fuels. And you need them for all kinds of things, but you need them primarily for electricity. It's not oil, really. It's natural gas and coal that produce the world's electricity. But without them, electricity prices spike. And when they do, the price of everything else spikes, including just living in your house or your apartment or anywhere, because cheap energy is the key to prosperity and, in fact, civilization itself.
We aren't without them. What does this have anything to do with anything? We aren't without them. We are not missing them. They are not missing. Here in the United States, at least. I mean, I guess if you have an international audience, then this might be actually much more relevant to you. But in the United States, we're not missing oil.
And this has always been known. Always, since the time when people burned peat to stay warm. So energy prices, not surprisingly, have gone up around the world, in some places quite severely. Europe, for example, parts of Asia. But even in the United States, 5% on average, energy prices for homeowners have gone up.
Why?
This year. And that is...
Why is that? It's just like, oh, well, he did a thing and a thing happened. He should stop doing the thing so the thing doesn't... Well, why is it when he does the thing happens? Why do we just take for granted that the Strait of Hormuz is going to control the price of oil for the United States, a net exporter?
Expected to continue to rise. So again, not surprising how this happened. It's easy to explain, very easy to understand, maybe a little bit harder to fix, but at least within the realm of the explicable. Here's what's less expected. At exactly the moment this is happening, energy becoming more expensive, global supply chains more fragile, you are hearing first a chorus and then just a screaming crowd of demands for more energy production. And these demands are not coming from consumers, homeowners. Hey, my electricity bill's gone up. I think we need more power plants in the county. Maybe we should burn coal. Why not? That would be understandable. No. This chorus is coming from the people in charge, which is to say elected officials, think tank grandees, and most interestingly of all, captains of finance, the richest people in the world, all of a sudden are telling you we need to produce more energy. That's a little weird because this exact group, for again, the past at least 15 years since Al Gore was famous, has been telling you exactly the opposite. They've been telling you that energy is not the source of life, not the base of civilization, but it's the cause of humanity's downfall. It's the destruction of the earth. It's the main reason we have climate change.
Now, I gotta say, the deep and intense irony of appealing like derogatorily toward the climate change environmentalism scam while also doom porning about data centers, it's staggering. But my aside distracted me and I forgot what I was going to say. Hold on, what was he saying?
They've been for again the past at least 15.
The other thing I was going to say is it's odd to be like, wait a second, everyone in power is advocating for a good thing. Therefore, I need to oppose it. Well, before you were advocating for a bad thing and you flipped on a dime and all of a sudden you're advocating for a good thing. Oh, I'm suspicious. No, we should not have a good thing. What? And you can really, you can be suspicious and skeptical, and you can also be like, oh, thank goodness, finally. The wealthiest people in the world are saying we need to produce more energy. At last. We've done away with this whole green scam that was crippling everything. It was completely kneecapped our economy. We finally are away from that. And now this really like fundamental base layer, super important thing. All of a sudden, the people with money and power are behind the notion of let's get as much of this really, really good, important thing as possible. But this is the state of mind of the libertarian-minded. I mean, libertarian as a political party or even like a political orientation. I mean, libertarian as a posture, as a like a set of propositions, operating principles. You set yourself up to be the suspicious contrarian on everything, and you eventually find yourself being a suspicious contrarian about the good things. Thank you, Emperor Atreides. Column Rush!
If a country on the other side of the planet can close down a trade route and drive up prices in the US, prices that will affect elections, maybe we should destroy them.
So true! So true indeed. I'm going to read that again. If a country on the other side of the planet can close down a trade route and drive up prices in the US that will affect elections, then maybe we should destroy them. Yeah, it really is that simple. If this trade route over here that we don't control is going to determine our elections, then that needs to be destroyed. Whatever that is, that status quo needs to go away. Yeah, it turns out it was incredibly easy to cuck the tuck. Stray Buster, you're hurting me. It hurts me. I don't like it. Make Tucker wear a bow tie. Make Tucker wear a gay bow tie again, says Life Support Unplugger. Make Tucker drink alcohol again. Seriously. He has upset his homeostasis. More alcohol, Tucker.
In years since Al Gore was famous, has been telling you exactly the opposite. They've been telling you that energy is not the source of life, not the base of civilization, but it's the cause of humanity's downfall. It's the destruction of the earth. It's the main reason we have climate change. CO2.
Listen to the way he describes energy here. Like this is like important background.
Again, the past at least 15 years since Al Gore was famous, has been telling you exactly the opposite. They've been telling you that energy is not the source of life, not the base of civilization, but it's the...
So he's saying by implication that energy is the source of life. It's the basis of civilization. Like this is, but like you can infer from this that this is what he actually believes. This is the way Tucker communicates. He's like negating the thing to state the thing he actually believes. So he believes that energy is the basis of civilization. It's like literally the source of life. So if that's your operating principle, it seems like you got to really expand your horizon of what are acceptable courses of action to maximize energy production, right? Wouldn't that be the natural conclusion? This is the basis of civilization. We need abundant energy. What are the things that we can do to achieve abundant energy?
The cause of humanity's downfall, it's the destruction of the earth. It's the main reason we have climate change. CO2 is the reason it's getting warmer, which, by the way, it is, because climate cycles are part of nature. That's why we had glaciers and now don't. But whatever, they've been telling us for this last generation that burning fossil fuels was not just bad for the environment, but a sin. And it was the main sin against which we should organize all of our society. Like everyone had to be carbon conscious all the time because we love the earth. Now those exact same people up.
Wow, thank goodness that's behind us. Man, that would be really bad if there's this thing that's the basis of all civilization. It's like the most fundamental component of human life, affects the prices of everything. And we had this mass organized campaign to crush that, to diminish that, to eliminate that, to literally destroy our civilization. Now suddenly that massive, like top of the list, urgent existential matter is gone. Gee, whatever guy was responsible for that, we owe him a huge debt, don't we?
To and including the father of ESG himself, Larry Fink at BlackRock, are all telling us we're going to take a pause on the concern for global warming. We need more electricity. And the truth about electricity is it does not come from renewables. The overwhelming majority of electricity on planet Earth comes from, well, the same place it always came from, boiling water, which moves turbines. And to boil water, in some small percentage of cases, they use radioactive material, fuel rods, nuclear reactors. But for the overwhelming majority, it's what it always was. Coal, still number one globally.
And now to be clear here, I just want to backtrack just a minute and like reinforce this point. I'm not even weighing in on the data centers thing just yet. I'm making a point that's upstream from that. It's that the way that Tucker is framing this up, he is implying, he is setting out that his position is that energy production is absolutely fundamental, crucial, the basis of civilization, which would make that situation one of his highest possible priorities. Everything else would pale in comparison to that. So then the natural follow-on from that would be that the guy who has single-handedly destroyed that greatest threat to the basis of civilization, that guy, him, he's owed a tremendous debt. Like all this other stuff pales in comparison to that. If this is like the base layer of civilization, it's the most important thing, then the guy who rescues us from this catastrophic crisis, I'm not saying this myself, he is the one who's saying this. This is the worst thing in the world. There's an orchestrated conspiracy of all the wealthiest people all collaborating to destroy our civilization at its root. We've turned a corner on that. And that corner was turned directly at the behest in the election of Donald J. Trump. A gentleman named Donald J. Trump. If you actually believe that, if Tucker actually believes that, then that ought to color his perception of Trump across the board everywhere else. That would be something you'd be talking about constantly. You would be singing his praises from the rooftops. You'd be championing this. The greatest threat to our civilization was destroyed by Donald Trump. And in fact, it's flipped 180 degrees, and now all of those people who are trying to destroy the basis of civilization are trying to maximize it. Wouldn't that be more important than what every single crackpot on the internet who's ever expressed skepticism of Israel thinks about the current news cycle. So something's not squaring here. Either Tucker is just morally grandstanding on this issue and doesn't actually believe what he's saying, or he's just being like a massive hypocrite and has an axe to grind. Or I guess category 3 is it's a gigantic bunch of kayfabe and I'm retarded.
But for the overwhelming majority, it's what it always was. Coal, still number 1 globally. Natural gas, and to some extent, oil. So you burn things in order to boil water, in order to move turbines, in order to create electricity. This is not modern technology. It's industrial age technology. It's the same technology, refined a little bit, cleaned up a bit, but basically the same. And so those people who spent all this time telling us that that technology was not just inefficient, but morally wrong, are now calling for a massive expansion of it. Kind of crazy if you think, like, what is this? Well, of course, it's one thing. It's AI.
What is that?
AI, artificial intelligence. A dramatic, a quantum, as they say, increase in processing power, computer processing power.
So the all these people who were dedicated to the destruction of society, now they've turned around and they've changed their mind. And they're dedicated to the production of the base layer of society. There must be a bad reason for this. AI, therefore, must be bad. That does not follow at all. He's framed this up with this like weird suspicion, ignoring everything I just said. And his natural, his lead-in posture, the way he's setting this up is that you need to be suspicious of AI. Not like, let's evaluate AI on its merits relative to this basis of civilization thing I just talked about, which is the importance of upscaling energy production as rapidly and as substantially as possible. No, we're not evaluating AI in that light. We're starting from the premise that AI is bad. You should be opposed to it, and then we're going to backfill the justifications,
which will allow computers, the machine, to reason, to mimic human thinking, and thereby replace a lot of human labor. That's the idea. Computers are now so powerful, they can do many of the things, not just the manual things, that was the promise of the industrial age, but the intellectual things that we do. And this is...
Computers are now so powerful, these tools that we created are now so powerful, they could do even more things. Wow, this sounds like really good news. The only reason you would think this is going to replace people is if you have a broken understanding of what people are. This cannot replace people. I don't care what the people who are creating it think. It cannot replace people. It's not going to attain sentience. It's not conscious. They can say and think and believe that all they want. If you have a coherent understanding of humanity, of what it is to be a human being, something he spends an extensive amount of time talking about, then you wouldn't even need to entertain this. It's so inane. Oh, the computers are going to become like people. Consciousness is going to arise from the machine. Like, all right, bro. You sound like you should be sitting on the street with a cup in front of you. Maybe at least you're playing some music half decently. If you're even entertaining this idea, you don't belong in the conversation because you've got a broken model of what a human being is. It's a tool. AI is a tool. It's advanced automation. What we're talking about is automating a ton of tasks. If you weren't preloaded with all of this AI stuff, and I said, hey, there's this new technology coming online that's going to enable us to automate a ton of things that we have to spend a lot of time and effort and blood and sweat doing right now. We're going to be able to just automate them and take that time and dedicate it to other things. If I describe that to you, you'd be, holy shit. That sounds incredible. It sounds like you're about to be really, really wealthy and productive. It sounds like your concerns are not going to be about concerns about, oh, are we going to survive? Am I going to starve to death? Am I just going to get like put in a cage by a machine? Your concerns are going to be like, don't get fat. Find something to do that helps people around you and brings meaning to your life. Don't die of excess consumption. Don't become one of the fat blobs on Wall-E. That's going to be your threat vector. Not this like, oh, we're all going to like starve to death and be mowed down by a bunch of angry robots or something.
Great or not, but in any case, it's inevitable. And we've got to do it. And it turns out to be incredibly demanding of power. You need a lot of electricity to run AI, much more than most people understood. And so we're going to need to put on hold, in fact, invert our concerns about global warming in order to build AI. Okay. And on the one hand, they make a rational argument. They don't always say this out loud, but it's the basis, clearly a part of their thinking.
You might say that it's like, it would be really weird for a bunch of really wealthy, powerful people to just like pivot on a dime from one position and hold the exact opposite position. I mean, like, I can understand why this generates skepticism. Why people are naturally like, hold on a second. It feels like someone's trying to get something over on me. But, like, things aren't happening in a vacuum. It's not like this is the only thing that's happening and it's totally decontextualized from anything around it. What else is happening? Yeah, we're doing an about face on a whole lot of shit. I just played a 4.5-minute video of the vice president proclaiming the divinity of Christ and rededicating America as a Christian country and defining Christian as that which recognizes the divinity of Christ. There's a lot of shit that's happening. It's not like this 180 just came out of nowhere.
Planner, if you're in charge of a country, you know that technological advantage pretty much consistently translates into geopolitical advantage. In other words, the strongest countries are the most technologically advanced countries. They're the ones with the most advanced economies. They're the ones who can defend those economies most successfully with technology, with tools, in that case, weapons. But technology makes the difference between first and second or 123rd on the global roster of power and wealth. The most technologically advanced countries are the most powerful countries. That's basically true. Always has been true. The tribe with bows and arrows beats the tribe with spears. Okay. That's not crazy. None of this is crazy on one level. It's the details that maybe need a little fleshing out. But on the basis of this promise, AI...
You know, I've always really enjoyed Tucker's, like, sassy cattiness. When he's retard maxing in the bad way, I can see why he makes people rip their fucking hair out. Because it is so incredibly grating. It's a great example of, like, it's cool when we do it. It's good when our guys do it. Yeah, it's bad when not our guys do it. Straight Buster says, Nomad, I actually love scouring forum posts from 15 years ago for hours. And then you'll get the guy, it lied to me. I did a thing and I caught it in a lie. Yeah, because you fucking suck at prompting. You actually think it's conscious. And you're like, oh, this is a really dumb conscious thing. You don't know how to program it to get the output that you're looking for. And you don't recognize that even if it gives you some fake information and it gives you something that you can fact check and confirm whether or not that's fake, you're now far ahead of where you would have been before, and it took a fraction of a second. Whenever somebody talks about like how AI like hallucinates or it like gives them wrong answers or it just lied to me. Oh, it has bad priors. It like talks like a lib. I'm like, you're just telling on yourself. You're actively signaling your own retardation. It's like a variation of impotent signaling. Oh, I'm kind of retarded. I don't know how the thing work. Tool not work right for me. Stupid tool.
The federal government and state governments, particularly the government of California, our largest state, have bet everything. So traditional manufacturing in the United States isn't entirely dead, but it's getting there. Of course, it's not the basis of our economy. That would be finance and real estate. But AI is the next iteration, in the minds of the people making the big plans, of the American economy. And again, you can't overstate the degree.
So he does this little Tucker aside. Finance and real estate are the basis of the economy, he said disparagingly. That's one of those little zings that That's like one for the high IQ boys or something. But okay, so we're saying that the current structure of the economy is actually bad, because it's like over financialized. So it would be really, really good if we took all of that abstracted financialization cloud and grounded it to the actual to actual like hard resources, right? That would be good to connect, so we're not just like making widgets and stuff. Like, our technology isn't just gone to making software. Our technology is actually going toward beginning to really, in a really tangible sense, connect the digital and the physical together. Starting to align the cause of atoms with the cause of bits. Seems like that would be a really good priority if you're like sort of scoffing at the idea that our current economy is based on finance and real estate.
Degree to which they're betting on this. Again, to take our biggest state, California. So the basis of the Californian economy, threefold. It was, of course, agriculture, and that's still huge in California, the Central Valley, the richest farmland in the world, most fertile ground on the planet. It was aerospace, mostly in Southern California. That would be aircraft and anything that goes into space to defend us. And it was entertainment. It was a movie business, movies and television, famously out of Hollywood. Now, 2 out of 3 are, if not totally dead, certainly on their way to being totally dead. Agriculture, we hope, will always be there, but it's not a big money proposition, even in a good year. So what sustains...
Man, if only we had a presidential administration that would come in and actually start working at cleaning up and protecting domestic agriculture. That'd be pretty good, wouldn't it? Or like the domestic airlines, like going to our biggest rival and securing a contract for the production of 200 jumbo jets to go with a bunch of others that have also been secured. Totally overhauling the air traffic control system, hiring a bunch of gamer dudes to give them full federal benefits to come run the air traffic control system. That'd be really good. Like encouraging people to, when they get on the airlines, like dress nice, act decently, getting a bunch of these humiliating rituals swept aside. You don't have to take your shoes off. You don't have to like pull your laptop out of your bag. You don't have to go through all that stuff. Just breeze right through. Man, if only we could get an administration that would do something like that.
It's the state of California. What allows the generous welfare promises that its politicians have made to its people to continue? How can the state of California continue paying full health and medical, maybe even dental, for illegal aliens without a big source of tax revenue? And of course, the answer in their minds is AI. So they're betting everything on AI. The problem is, once a politician bets everything on any industry, he has every incentive to, well, have unrealistic expectations for what that industry is going to do. Of course, not so different from rolling the dice.
Notice how we're not talking about the industry itself at all. We're not like evaluating the merits of the industry itself. He gets into that a little bit later, but we're not leading out with like the merits of the industry. It's just like policing motivations and mind reading and insinuating dark things happening behind closed doors, which is like the very definition of poisoning the well.
But they're also very likely to suspend the normal protections that keep the rest of us from being hurt by that industry, because it's too important to get into the details of what this might look like 10 or 15 years from now. So what's happening in California is really happening nationally. It's happening in every state, and it's happening in Washington. We are betting everything on AI. And you know that because by far the most ambitious investments into the United States, not simply by American companies and investors, but by states, by the federal government, and by foreign investors putting foreign direct investment into the United States, is in artificial intelligence. And all of this has kind of become visible. It's been going on for a while, but it's become very visible to the public in the outcry over a proposed data center in Utah, in a fairly sparsely populated, pretty remote county in Utah, most of which is sparsely populated, in which will be built what's being billed as the largest data center in the world. Enormous. 40,000 acres. 40,000 acres. 62 square miles, multiples the size of Manhattan.
Big numbers! Ah! You hear how big that number is? The number is so big! How can I emphasize to you how big the number is? What does the number mean? It's big!
Huge, impossible to imagine. And that data center, which is basically a series of interconnected, low-slung, vinyl-clad warehouses in which sit not people making things, but computers computing things, that data center, once completed, will draw about 9 gigawatts of power. How much is a gigawatt? What's a
draw from where, Tucker? Where is that power going to be drawn from? What is the moral valence of drawing power? Like, I presume from the tone here that drawing power is something to be like a priori suspicious of, skeptical of. Ooh, drawing power. It's like the emperor or something. He's like, unlimited power, drawing power. I mean, didn't we just talk about how like energy is the basis of civilization? Energy production is super, super important.
It's 1 billion watts. It's one step from a terawatt, which is 1 trillion watts.
Oh, it's an even bigger
gigawatts.
number.
Now, how much is 9 gigawatts? Well, 9 gigawatts is more than twice what the entire state of Utah now uses. Every human
How many negatons to a gigawatt, Tucker?
being in the millions of people who live in Utah, all of them combined, all the manufacturing in Utah, all the ski lifts, all of it, every air conditioning unit, every electric heater, every Tesla, all of them combined use less than half that amount of electricity. That's an amazing amount of electricity. But then
So there's got to be some sort of a metric you could establish here that like correlates productive, like with the extant electricity, all the electricity in the state. Like what's the productive capacity of the state right now, measured in like, I don't know, whatever you want, GDP or pick your metric for productivity, and then correspond that with electricity. Now, correlation, not necessarily causation, but you know, we don't seem to have any sort of axiomatic grounding on anything here, so we could just pick anything off the tree. So there's like a correspondence here between electricity and production. The entire production of Utah is corresponded to this. Well, what other correlation can we make? So if we're getting greater than the current electricity usage of Utah to produce whatever Utah produces, then maybe we should interrogate what the productive capacity will be if we double that. And we're not having to create a whole new state to double that. It's just like some acreage in a remote desert valley. So you're telling me that we can, like, this kind of frames that whole however many acres. So you're telling me that we can generate as much energy on that consolidated amount of acres. That. How does that correspond to the state? We're basically created another state's worth of energy on however many thousands of acres. How is that not the story here? What does this mean? Instead, it's just like, ooh, generating lots of power. I thought this is the basis of civilization, Tucker.
you think to yourself, well, it's a manufacturing facility, it's a business. Of course, they use a lot of electricity. Well, how much is that? Well, let's compare it to the largest manufacturing facility in the United States. It would be the Boeing Everett plant in Washington State. Made famously this 747. It was built in the late 1960s to build the 747, the cutting-edge, state-of-the-art aircraft that signified American dominance in the skies and was, by the way, a beautiful aircraft, first rolled out in 1969. So this manufacturing plant was built in Everett, Washington by Boeing, and it's still there, and they make still all the wide-body Boeings are made there. And it was always billed as, and may still be, the world's largest manufacturing plant. It's about 92 acres. It's under 100 acres. What does it use for power? Well, it uses about 1/4 of a gigawatt every year. So
you're telling me this massive manufacturing plant has created a flow chart here where this amount of power yields this amount of productivity. And you're hailing this is fantastic. This is great. Well, this other factory is accessing this amount of power. What would the corresponding productivity be from that? Why would they be doing that? This connection between power usage and productivity, perhaps that's something worth exploring and trying to understand. Colin Ross says, a friend of mine is an electrician that builds data centers, makes around $2,300 per week. $2,300 per week.
Contrast that. So the world's largest manufacturing plant, certainly the largest in the United States, the Boeing Everett plant, 92 acres, a quarter of a gigawatt, 258 million kilowatts, something like that. Compare that to the proposed data center, which is, well, as we said, 40,000 acres and 9 full gigawatts. So one makes wide-body airplanes, which are visible to everyone who goes to an airport or looks up in the sky on a cloudless day. And the other produces what?
It quite literally is, I can't see it, therefore it doesn't exist. Oh, it makes airplanes. I can see the airplanes. They fly. So, like, he doesn't even understand. Or he's pretending to not even understand. And you'll see later when he brings in Kevin O'Leary and he's talking to him, he's like, so tell me every single job that's going to be created by these. Kevin O'Leary's like, what do you mean? Like, how many jobs were going to be created by the introduction of the internet? How many jobs were going to be created by the introduction of vehicles? How many jobs were going to be created by the introduction of airplanes? When you first introduce these things, when you first bring them forth, you don't know where all they're going to go. When someone invented the internet, they definitely didn't expect that there would be people who their job would be to sit on the internet and broadcast video and talk. There definitely wasn't like, oh, you're going to have this little device that you carry around with you, and you're going to get magical signals that are sent to it that tell you to go to this place and pick up food and take it to them. These are jobs that have been invented, that have come into existence because of this technology. You couldn't necessarily foresee it, but the fact that you couldn't foresee it wasn't an argument against it.
And employs who? So that kind of is the question right there. And we're going to get into it in just a minute. What exactly are these data centers doing? We're told they're incredibly important. They are the future. We must have them. Someone's going to have them. If it's not us, it's going to be our arch enemy, China. And if they get them before we get them, really bad things could happen. Now, those things are never quite specified. They might wind up with a bigger economy than ours. Oh, wait, they already have that. But for some never quite spelled out reason.
Oh, they already have that. No, they don't. China does not have... I suppose you could pick a number. You could pick a number. So, see, this is the measure of an economy, and their economy is larger. By GDP, the United States economy is like a third again the size of China's. So, like, you start to see there's a consistent trend in here.
And that is the disaster scenario we need to avert by building the...
Colin Russ says, next up, Tucker gets mad at the idea of wind. Trust Plan Star says, why are the Wright brothers trying to make a flying machine? What's the point? How does that increase GDP?
World's largest data center in a country that already has thousands of data centers in comparison to China, which has only hundreds of data centers. So that tells you right there may be something else going on.
Yeah, I wonder what the difference is between China's data centers and America's data centers.
But we know we have to have it.
We'll come back to that later.
We know that, yes, it's going to produce more heat and CO2 than really any other human activity in recorded history, but that's not a problem. That will not add to global warming, or if it does, very much like the pro-George Floyd protests, it doesn't matter. We're going to suspend the laws of nature for this project because it's that important. So it doesn't matter. Ignore everything we told you about climate because this has to be done. Okay? We'll accept all of that as true. And the third thing they tell us is this will come at no real cost to you. Now, in a country that has been stalling the construction of new energy production because it's bad, it's immoral, it's not carbon neutral. If they're not windmills or solar panels made in China, it's just wrong. That country is going to construct full gigawatt data centers. It's in the process across the country of doing that in a bunch of different states, Texas, Mississippi, you name it, Louisiana. And that will have no effect on you.
It's almost like there was an initiative here and this guy won an election and he put a big giant sign out that said, here's what we want and here's why we want it and here's how we're going to do it.
In other words, we're somehow going to have enough electricity to power everything that you use in your life, including all the new electric things that are going to be great. You're going to love them. The electric stove that's now mandatory, the electric heater that's now mandatory, the electric car that we hope you buy. We're trying to convince you to buy it by paying for it in part with your tax dollars already.
I wonder what it would be like if we got an administration that like obliterated all of those things. Just like came in and knocked out all of those regulations, scuttled all of those legislative initiatives, completely BTFO'd that entire campaign. I wonder what that would be like.
All of that's going to be possible. None of that will be affected in any way. Your costs will not rise as we, quintuple American energy production. Is that true? And we're going to do all of this for a reason that we can't quite explain to you because we may not know ourselves, but we have to do it because if we don't, the Chinese will. That is the state of play.
He repeats this multiple times throughout the monologue and the conversation that like, oh, I just want someone to explain it to me. I just want to understand. Nobody's explained any of this. Well, then how do I know? If nobody's explained it, how do I know? Maybe if you went and talked to somebody to have them explain it to you, then you would understand basic things like, spoiler alert, the data centers that China has been building are much larger than the data centers that America has built. So the actual capacity of the Chinese data centers, though there's fewer of them, each of them is larger. So America has more that are smaller, China has fewer that are larger. This is why thousands versus hundreds. These are like really basic things that the only way that you would be throwing these things out as if they're determinative in any sense. Thank you, Emperor Atreides. The only reason you would do that is because you're just operating from a place of bad faith.
We can go through each one of those.
And this is not just a Tucker thing. This is the entire anti-data center campaign that's being organized now. It's based on this just totally fake news, specious, whatever. There's lots of very detailed, very comprehensive explanations of why and what the benefits are going to be and how it's going to work. But then there's this really, really loud campaign of fear-mongering and doom-porning, using all the exact same avenues and apparatuses of the very climate scam that Tucker's railing against here. He's just parroting their talking points.
Claims to see if they're true. But in the case of the penultimate claim, this is not going to affect you. Consider that today, the 55,000 permanent residents of Lake Tahoe, which is one of the biggest and prettiest lakes in the United States, shares borders with both California and Nevada. Residents were told today that actually we're not going to provide you electricity anymore. The Nevada-based power company that is providing electricity to the residents of Lake Tahoe informed them today that, sorry, all the electricity we make, every watt of power that we generate is going to have to go to a nearby data center, and therefore you have until the end of next year to find a new source of electricity, and after that, we can't help you because the machines have called and they need the power. Sorry. So it's a little dystopian, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know the details of this specific situation, but seeing the level of honest legwork that he's done on any of this thus far, I'm going to assume that in the Big 2-6, there isn't a major touristy trap region in the country with a bunch of residents that are just going to be starved to death because everyone's going to cut power off to them. They're no longer going to have power. I'm just going to kind of go out on a limb and say that's probably not what's happening.
Be honest, not attacking the idea of AI and the promise that it may do useful things.
Yeah, trust plants are. He really expects people to believe Lake Tahoe residents will be cut off from power. Right? This is just absurd.
But if they're informing you a year and a half out that, hey, at the end of 2027, you're not going to have any more electricity because the machines need it, and in fact, they're demanding it, and they seem a little agitated, it suggests a future that, I don't know, we should think about before it arrives. Now to the question of what that future will look like. There's been
people have been talking about this for decades, but I just found out about it, and I'm saying, hey, wait a second, maybe we should think about this. Camo Aquatica says, it took me 2 minutes to ask Grok and get a full readout on the proposed project, including maps and renderings of the facility. The facility will be off-grid and produce all its own power. Correct. Remote Desert Valley will be off-grid and will produce all of its own power. It's paying the people for the land, and it's buying the water rights from them to use what's currently agriculture water. It's not drinking water, it's water being used for agriculture. And they're going to be paying for those water rights as well.
A lot of talk about this on the internet. What is AI exactly? And what's its nature? And what kind of society will it produce once it has more power than it does? And is it possible that a machine designed to, quote, think like a human being could potentially get out of control.
Now here, this is the crux of it. This 17.5-minute monologue up to this point has just been like filibustering and pretending to make a case to buttress the actual real point. This is the real point. This is what he wants to drive at. He wants to talk about the AI thing and is privacy and surveillance and all of these sorts of things. Now, I'm not saying that those aren't concerns, but I'm saying he's treating it as he's doing this big buildup where the buildup is all a whole bunch of negative stuff that's here to usher in the big, worst negative thing ever. But directly within his own explanation, this thing he's characterizing as a big bunch of negative stuff that's the buildup for the bad negative stuff should actually be seen as a big positive thing, which totally changes the calculus here. We're going to do this really big positive thing that directly targets this fundamental, crucial component of civilization that has been actively degraded and attacked for decades. We're finally turning that around, and we're going to do this great big positive thing. Now, attached on top of that is this other thing. And now we can debate the merits of that and the dangers and the pitfalls and the upsides and the downsides. That would be like an honest, good faith setup to have that AI conversation.
Is it possible that it will develop consciousness and self-awareness and a will of its own that maybe not align perfectly with our own?
No.
Might not have, as the AI developers themselves say, alignment.
No.
And they could say, turn on us. Is it possible we face a future of enslavement by the machines that we built?
Is it possible we face a future of enslavement by the machines that we built? If any of you guys are entertaining this fear, you need to back up and reevaluate your understanding of what a human being is. I would recommend the Orthodox Church. If you understand what a human being is, this is patent absurdity. This is like, I don't think it's technically like blasphemy or heresy, but it's verging in that direction. Like insinuating things about the nature of man, which man made in the image of God is, by proxy here, you're getting on some dangerous territory. If you're even entertaining this as a possibility, you're granting that frame. You're granting a frame that's being provided to you by the very people you think that you're railing against. Damn Morning Dude says, what if robots rise up and put things in our butts? No! Not my butt! Here, I'll play it again.
To, quote, think like a human being could potentially get out of control. Is it possible that it will develop consciousness and self-awareness and a will of its own that maybe not align perfectly with our own? Might not have, as the AI developers themselves say, alignment. And they could say, turn on us. Is it possible we face a future of enslavement by the machines that we built? It seems a little crackpot. Keep in mind,
I would say that in a sense, yes. That is a pitfall. In the same sense that we become enslaved to literally everything we build. This you could apply the same analysis to cities as technology. You could apply the same analysis to cars. You could extend it to anything. We do create things and then enslave ourselves to them. Yes, this is a fundamental truth about the nature of humanity in this world. We create things, we build them, we create machines, and then we voluntarily enslave ourselves to them. So yes, I can tell you 100%, people are going to enslave themselves. They are going to voluntarily sign up to be enslaved to the machines. That is not an argument against the machines. Unless you want to apply that argument to the creation of literally every piece of technology, in which case, go be a monk.
Built. Seems a little crackpot. Keep in mind, people, and Americans too, are prone to overstating the risk of things and letting their imaginations go a little crazy and imagining monsters under the bed. And if you're old enough to remember Y2K, the much anticipated disaster that was supposed to strike the world at the stroke of midnight on January 1st, 2000, when every computer in the world was supposed to melt down and planes were going to fall out of the sky, incubators would stop working in maternity wards and we'd return to the Stone Age. And of course, that didn't happen. But people were really worried about it at the time, very worried about it.
Living Dead said, we should just never do anything that could do anything that we don't 100% control. We should just never do anything at all because it could do bad thing. Trust Plan Star says, the machines are going to turn off the power in Lake Tahoe and enslave us. Only Thomas Massie can stop this. Me when I hear that.
If you remember that, then you know that we don't always have the ability to accurately predict what the things we make, the systems that we created, will produce. We can't see the future. And we tend to overstate the darkness ahead because that's just in us. That's just who we are, always. But with that in mind, it's still worth listening to some of the people who created AI in the first place to see what they think this might bring for the rest of us.
I gotta hand it to Kevin O'Leary. I don't know if he probably didn't hear the monologue in the lead up to this, but it's just so fucking dirty. To use that as a setup, 19 minutes setting it up like that, to then say, you know, in spite of all of that, it's actually good. We should listen to the people who created this. These horrifying evil monsters who are trying to create these massive, who are trying to create Skynet to come take your children away from you and stick things up your butt. They're the ones who are doing that, these big, evil, wealthy billionaires and stuff. But, you know, hey, we should at least give them a fair shake.
So Geoffrey Hinton is a man in his 70s, a British computer scientist who is widely described as one of the fathers of AI, one of the people who first thought that this could be possible. And in his final years with us, he is thinking a lot about the fruit of his work and what could mean for your children. And this is a conclusion he's reached. Listen.
I think we're moving into a period when, for the first time ever, we may have things more intelligent than us.
You believe they can understand?
Yes.
You believe they are intelligent?
Yes.
You believe these systems have experiences of their own and can make decisions based on those experiences?
In the same sense as people do, yes.
Are they conscious?
I think they probably don't have much self-awareness at present. So in that sense, I don't think they're conscious.
Will they have self-awareness?
Oh, yes. I think they will in time.
And so human beings will...
In the same sense that people do is, like, it's literally an impossible claim to make. Because you cannot make a claim about the experience of something that is not a person. I cannot make a claim about the experience of a deer. I don't know what it's like to be a deer. I will never know what it's like to be a deer. It seems like they're really maxing out the retard maxing, so good for them. But I don't know what their motivation is in doing that. I don't know how they are encountering the world around them. So it's not even possible for this guy to make a claim that, like, oh, they're having experiences the same way that a human would. He is not having an experience like them because he is not one of them. I mean, unless he is. But, like, why are we taking this guy seriously? Like, why are we accepting his frame?
Will be the second most intelligent beings on the planet.
Yeah. We're entering a period of great uncertainty where we're dealing with things we've never dealt with before. And normally the first time you deal with something totally novel, you get it wrong. And we can't afford to get it wrong with these things.
Can't afford to get it wrong. Why?
Well, because they might take over.
Take over from humanity?
Yes, that's a possibility.
Why would they?
I'm not saying it will happen. If we could stop them ever wanting to, that would be great. But it's not clear we can stop them ever wanting to.
Well, that's pretty scary. It's terrifying, actually. He's describing the end of humanity, basically. He's just...
Me when I read a science fiction book and get scared of it.
Describing the final stage in the drama, Prometheus or Tower of Babel or whatever, the much predicted moment where man is destroyed by the tools he's created, killed by his own cleverness. Will that happen? I mean, again, hard to know, impossible to know, really, because it's impossible to see the future. And once again, the West has a pretty spotty track record of predicting the effects of technology. I mean, it was, October 2001, right after 9/11, that the U.S. military used drones in the war in Afghanistan, the famous Predator drone. Remember that?
Oh, this is
25
brutal.
years ago.
This is brutal.
And yet somehow there are at least five aircraft carriers under production right now that American taxpayers are paying for, billions and billions and billions of dollars to build aircraft carriers, World War I technology. And after watching the Russia-Ukraine war for 4 years and the war with Iran for the last 2.5 months, it's pretty obvious that the future is not aircraft carriers. And if it was, then our aircraft carriers are probably opening the Strait of Hormuz right now, but they're not at all. Why? Because their commanders are worried about being attacked by drones. In other words, with
Me when my entire show turns into foreign propaganda.
25 years advance notice, operational experience with drones, and with the past 4.5 years of just watching it in real time, the U.S. military was unable to pivot to the future of warfare technology. Completely unable. It's not an attack on them. Well, actually, it is an attack on them. Why would people like that deserve another, $1.5 trillion a year in taxpayer money? Unclear. But they're getting it. But the point is it's really hard to know where these things.
It's May 19th, so it's been February, March, April, May. Slosher!
He's going to call the boomers to join the Taklarian Jihad.
The Taklarian Jihad. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I don't remember what I was saying at the beginning of that. What was he talking about? He was talking about drone warfare and aircraft carriers and yeah, I don't remember. Living Dead says, for such a loud Christian convert, he seems very vulnerable to misunderstanding the soul. Yeah, you see, I mentioned this before. Like, it's not good for public figures to convert to Christianity and do it as public figures. It just doesn't. There are some things that are just better done in private.
Go, and smart, well-meaning people very often get it wrong. But just based on what we do know right now, what is happening right now, we can say there are threats to people from AI. And if you don't believe that, first of all, think about who's developing.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I said it's May 19th, so it's been about 4.5 months since we were introduced to the discombobulator. Since my president used the military to literally yoink a South American dictator and then paraded him through the streets of New York in a paddy wagon. Imagine going on the internet and saying that the U.S. military has been left behind. The U.S. military has not pivoted and kept up with progress.
Developing AI. AI, again, is a machine. It is the sum total of its inputs. It is made by people, and because it is in effect a cognitive exercise, it reflects the character and the predispositions, the biases of the people who made it. So if this machine, this technology, AI, is being created by people like Sam Altman or the Google guys, you can expect that, well, I don't know, programs built by some of the least trustworthy people in the world probably shouldn't be trusted. So it's likely not a huge surprise that AI is often caught lying.
Now, this is more along the lines of I think a decent point. I didn't do that. That was Slosher's tip again. For some reason, it came through twice. I don't know why it just started going again. This here is actually kind of an interesting nuanced point that if you're talking about like the specifics of the particular iterations of these tools or manifestations of these tools, then thinking about them as being a reflection of their creator, and that maybe making you be cautious or suspicious in your interactions with the technology itself, that, like, I don't think that that's necessarily an invalid approach, let's say. But if that was your angle, then you wouldn't be challenging the very notion or the very existence or very premise of it itself. And even further, going back and starting this whole thing off with like data centers and their connection to energy and all this stuff.
Manipulating results to hide the truth from people who use it, which itself is an indication of consciousness, is it not? Do animals lie? No, they can't.
This is absurd. A thing generating bad responses based on its programming is evidence of consciousness. What are you talking about? Do animals lie? Do animals engage in deception? Have you seen a fucking possum? We literally have a saying. It's called playing possum. Yes, of course animals lie. And guess.
Yo, are we voting Roy or Middleton for TXAG?
You know, that's a good question. I actually don't know. I haven't. I need to just find someone that's going to tell me, someone I trust who's going to tell me every single person to vote for, and then I'm just going to do that. Thank you, Guess.
That's why they're wonderful, because they're always honest, like it or not. They don't have the capacity for deception. Only
animals don't have the capacity for deception.
People, and now this machine that we've created, AI, have the capacity for deception. It's not to say AI is our equal, much less our superior, but it is noting the obvious, which is it's moving in that direction. And if it were to stop at the point where it is equal with people and shares their basic nature, their fundamental characteristics, you would be afraid of AI.
See, okay, like, no, Tucker, you need to log off. This is a nature is a particular thing. A nature isn't just like it bears some resemblance or has like some characteristics that are the same. It's not possible for a thing that is not human to share the nature of humans. This is a truism.
Even there, because you're often afraid of other people, because within the human heart lurks some darkness. Maybe not in Sam Altman's heart, but in the hearts of mere mortals. They have the capacity for good, but they have the capacity for evil as well. And this is known, and so will AI. So right there should be some concern, some public discussion about this. What is this exactly? Will it be good for us? And what even now are its effects? As people become dependent on using AI, what does that mean? Well, they get answers quicker. That's great. Convenience is awesome. Everyone's for it. That's why we have drive-through dinner. But there are downsides. For example, if you no longer have to write anything, if you don't have to formulate your thoughts in the written word, what happens to the quality of your thinking? Well, as anyone who writes a lot...
If you no longer have to use a shovel and you get reliant on using excavators, then what's that going to do for your forearm definition?
I can tell you, writing produces thinking. It is almost impossible to formulate a thought without articulating it first. Articulation is thinking. We think through writing and through speaking. But if we stop having to do those things, what happens to the quality of our thinking? Well, of course, it degrades.
What is the average quality of writing among the average person in America today? Is this like a nation that's full of erudite scholars? Great writers abound. Everyone's just writing constantly. There's this mass habit of writing that's going to be destroyed. Okay, you're typing, so it's like a derivation of writing. Okay, like, what's going to happen to your familiarity with horses when cars are invented? What's going to happen to your I don't know, your leg definition? What's going to happen to your calf development with the invention of cars? This is the same old tired Luddite argument that's trotted out for every single thing. Every single technological development. There's some new clever boy who thinks he's the first person to ever stumble upon this.
How can you teach children to write when they no longer write because they use AI to write for them. This is often dismissed as cheating. Oh, it's cheating. We have a cheating scandal. Oh, it's more profound than that. Who cares about cheating? Who cares about grades or dumb school? What you care about is the quality of the child that school produces. Can that kid think?
This isn't like political analysis. This is parenting advice.
Is AI abet thinking or does it stifle thinking? Seems like it stifles thinking. What about AI in full flight?
It sure doesn't stifle mine. Again, this is just, you're just telling on yourself.
We've seen its effects already on the margins in education, but what if it enters into the professional world? What if it has the effect they tell us it's going to have in eliminating 50% of all high-paying American jobs, which are mostly intellectual jobs, jobs in which you use your mind, thinking jobs, reasoning jobs, creative jobs? What happens then? Well, there are, of course, massive displacements. 50% of your population, 50% of the population that can support a family on a wage. If those people are unemployed, well, you're almost certainly going to get revolution, of course.
Are you saying that we have adequate employment of white-collar workers? We've achieved the perfect equilibrium. We have exactly the number of white-collar workers today that we need to have. The world will end. Appeal to the status quo. You start seeing this fallacy all over the place. And in fact, you spent half an hour railing against the regulatory regime, all these different apparatuses that are being used to bind down productivity. And you're telling me that those are the people who are going to be replaced? Now you're selling me on it.
First, because political volatility is directly related to economic volatility, obviously. Unemployed people become desperate, very often violent. This is...
Oh, okay, good. You better go out and sow a bunch of fear porn then. If political instability and desperation breeds violence, then if you're really concerned about that, make sure you go make people feel really desperate by lying to them.
Been known since the beginning of civilization. No one seems concerned about it. We should be. But there's, again, a deeper level on which to be concerned, which is, if the machine creates, what do you do? Well, you consume. And so the people creating it are thinking of new ways to help you consume. Well, you're not going to have a job, that's true. But we're going to come up with some way to give you money. And then you can just live and enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Only shallow people who don't have children or hard-earned life experience could say something like that. Because the point of living, of course, is not to eat. Eating is a prerequisite to living, but it's not the point. The point of living is to create. That's the point of being a human being, is to create things.
Man, imagine if we could get this fantastic tool that would enable us to create things. Things never thought possible before. But wait, no. Creating things is actually an enemy of the status quo. So are we defending the status quo? Or are we advocating overturning the status quo? Because the act of creation is literally the repudiation of the status quo. You're introducing something new. You're bringing something new and transformative to bear. Living Dead says, imagine having a tool that can teach and enable problem solving and creative thinking at a pace that is individualized and tailored to a particular child, and getting histrionic about it. This is a narrative, a prefabricated narrative that is just that's arbitrarily picking an alignment of facts to support it.
Whether with your hands or with your mind or with your body and producing children, but it's the act of creation in which you mimic the creator himself who created you. So creation is central to the human experience. It's necessary for joy. There is no joy without creation, of course. We call it purpose or mission. There are many names for it, but it's the same thing. It's the reason that you're here on earth. And without it, you go crazy. Best case, you kill yourself. Very likely you kill others. You can't live without that. No person, particularly no man, can live without a mission.
What does this have to do with the introduction of a hyper-productive tool? You can't live without a mission. Like, the implication here is that your only mission is wage earning. Your only mission is doing something to make money. And not just doing something to make money, but doing the thing you're currently doing to make money. That is your only mission. That's your only calling. It's kind of bizarre to have like the wasp maxer guy who loves to go out and go fishing and stuff. Loves to go for quiet walks in the woods with his dogs. would be like, no, what do you mean? What do you mean your time is going to be freed up to like eat food and go on vacations and go for walks in the woods and take up a hobby? What do you mean that's going to happen? No. You need a purpose. You need to be a wage slave.
And the mission is always the same, to create. So if the machine creates, right there, we've got a huge problem. This is very obvious. This is not, a higher philosophical concept. This is just life as we live it. And if you take away the thing that makes it worth living, where are we then?
Machines don't create. Machines are tools for creation. This is a pretty basic philosophical thing.
And yet that's exactly what they're saying this is going to do. And because they're telling us this at a time when there's so much going on, so many looming existential crises, when there's so many things that are changing so quickly, there has not been a moment to pause and say, wait a second, before we even get to the question of can we stop this, let's talk about what it is. What is this? But that hasn't happened. What is that?
Again, like, I've been aware of this. I've been listening to people talk about this like every way imaginable for at least a decade. It was like, I don't know, 2014 or 2015, probably. Just thinking about, I think it was before I met Amy. So somewhere in there, 2015-ish. The first time I ever heard of a large language model. Like I've heard about, this stuff has been, there hasn't been an absence of debate and conversation about this. There's just been an absence of Tucker knowing about it.
Happened at all. And instead, it has been cheer-led, mindlessly, perfectly in character, by the people in charge. They're totally for it. Because it's the future. It's cool. It's change. Change is great. We love change. It's so exciting. If there's a single attitude that encapsulates the baby boomer worldview, it's that. Change is so exciting. Well, it kind of depends what kind of change it is. Some changes.
Is that even true? Like, in certain ways, the baby boomers were all about change, and in other ways, they're very much not about change. They're very much like, no, nothing can change. Everything must be locked in. It's the end of history. Didn't you hear? Everything must stay exactly as it is now. There's like a weird shoehorning of baby boomers in here.
Changes are great. Some changes are fatal. So you have to kind of differentiate. And before you expect me to get excited about the change, why don't you tell me what it's going to consist of? But they don't. And not only do they not.
They don't tell us. They don't tell us what this is going to consist of. You literally cannot understand what a large language model is. You literally cannot ever know what the advanced automation tools can do. You are literally not allowed to understand any of this. It's being hidden from us completely. It's totally inaccessible to us.
Most of them, the foot soldiers in this project, the dumb ones, just repeat it with totally authentic cheerfulness. This is so great. It's the future. Watch this tape from this weekend. This is at Central Florida University. And this is a woman who's some kind of real estate executive who was called in to give the commencement address for some reason. And she's very excited about AI. She's very excited. It's the future. Watch as she tries to sell that program to a room full of young people who are heading into the future. Watch their response.
Now, that said, we are living.
So thus far, we've had an appeal to Jeffrey Hinton, and we just accept his worldview wholesale, uncritically. And now we have an appeal to Gloria Caulfield, Vice President of Strategic Alliances at Tavistock. Oh, she's from Tavistock. Ah, I see. I see why we're talking about her. Some chick giving a commencement address to some kids.
In a time of profound change. That's an understatement, right? Profound change. Change is exciting, very exciting. And let's face it, change can be daunting. The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution. Oh. What happened? Okay, I struck a chord. May I finish? Only a few years ago, AI was not a factor in our lives.
That's just an amazing clip. You just got to hope that AI will allow us to save that clip for future generations to see. Of course, it'll be one of the first thing AI erases when it takes charge. But for right now, we can just savor that because of what it tells us. So here you have this boomer adjacent lady from the real estate business up giving this kind of tepid, silly, banal commencement talk, like all of them. They're all kind of tepid and silly and banal. She's like, it's so exciting. The future is so exciting.
So if they're all tepid and silly and banal, why are we, like, of what value is this? What do we? Oh, it's because of the kid's reaction?
The AI is the next industrial revolution. No idea what the industrial revolution is, but it's the next industrial revolution. And here's this audience that she's hoping to impress by throwing out this newfangled term, AI. Kids, you want some AI? And they erupt in booing. Booing. Now contrast this from like the tapes they used to play on Fox News 10 years ago. You know, of like the woke college kids are mad about some imaginary transgression with language and race. You know, you called it the Orient, not Asia. Boo! These are not those kids. These are their much younger siblings. They don't care about that stuff. They care about reality. And the reason they care about reality is because something's very real to them.
Yes, I happen to know that the people that I go to for my in my analysis on economics and technology and politics and national security and energy production, the people that I think should be driving policy on all of that are the recent college graduates. Definitely the experts who should be consulted on everything.
Them. And they know the threat that they face is not a microaggression. The threat that they face is a barren future with no job and no reason for living.
Who's selling them that future, Tucker? Who? The AI proponents are not selling you that future. Tucker is the one selling that future. He's spent 32 minutes and 30 seconds selling exactly that future. Your future is going to be barren and meaningless, and you're going to be enslaved to robots that are going to put things in your butt. You should be very upset about this. Many such cases. Pale Morning Dude says the kids out of college today are retarded, but also listen to their wisdom on AI, right? My wife said Tucker saw one video of Mecha Hitler raping Will Stancil and all of a sudden has lost his mind. No, not the Grockler.
Oh, but you get UBI. Okay. What am I going to do with my life? Why am I here? They're stepping into a world where they can't answer that question. And there are several reasons for this, but the main one is technological change. It's AI. And they probably don't know everything about AI. No one seems to, including Sam Altman, who's developing it. But they know enough to know it's a threat to them. But the chick on stage has no clue. She can't believe they're booing her. AI, I threw that out for you. You're young people. Because she never thought to consult the people inheriting the future when she talked about the future. But because they are inheriting that world and they know it, they're 22 years old, stepping into adulthood, they know it's a threat to them. So then she says, well, just a few years ago, AI wasn't a factor. And they say, yay!
They don't know it's a threat to them. They have people like you telling them that it's a threat to them.
They pine for a world they will never know, in which the most important things in their lives weren't threatened with extinction by a technology they don't understand. But they know enough to know it's likely not going to profit them. And how do they know this? Because no one's told them differently. For all the talk of AI, nobody, literally nobody, has taken 20 minutes to explain how this is going to be great for you and me.
Let's listen to that one more time.
Technology they don't understand, but they know enough to know it's likely not going to profit them. And how do they know this? Because no one's told them differently. For all the talk of AI, nobody, literally nobody, has taken 20 minutes to explain how this is going to be great for you and me.
Nobody, literally nobody, has taken 20 minutes to explain why AI is going to be great for you and me. This is one of the most insane things that I think I've ever heard someone say. If anything, it's been the opposite. Like, if anything, people have been overselling how great it's going to be. There's plenty of people who are saying how bad it's going to be. There's plenty of people who are saying how great it's going to be. But like, I know that Tucker talks, he like proudly talks about how he doesn't like, he avoids spending time on social media or whatever. So perhaps he couldn't like do like a, I don't know, just a YouTube search. Like literally every video on YouTube is about how amazing AI is going to be. You could literally open YouTube, not even be signed in, and I'm sure like the first, like a dozen videos in your first little scroll are going to have something to do with AI and how great it's going to be. This is absolutely wild.
We're getting higher power costs, of course. There's probably nothing uglier on planet Earth than a data center. It's a physical atrocity. It's an offense against God and nature. Prima facie, look at it.
I look at it and I'm like, hell fucking yeah. I made this point the other day that the first time that somebody built some sort of like industrial factory along a riverbank, people who were previously used to rowing past that riverbank in a canoe and looking at trees and grass were probably like, what a horrifying atrocity. Now today, we drive past those factories that are all like rusted out and look like they were bombed. And we're like, oh, the halcyon days. Please someone come back here and fire up these plants again. Let me see the smoke belching out of the smokestack. Let me hear the sounds of sweet American industry. Just because you think it's ugly doesn't mean it is. And also, who cares if you think it's ugly?
This is not the Parthenon. This is the opposite. This degrades the landscape. It is a scar upon the earth.
Why can't it be built like the Parthenon? Are you saying like the Boeing factory is not a scar upon the earth? Because it like makes something that you can see?
Notice no environmental groups seem upset about it. That wasn't an op or anything. The environmental movement, where are they?
Oh, we'll find out in just a minute where the environmental movement is. Spoiler alert, they are saying the exact same thing as Tucker Carlson.
So they know that, but no one has said to them, as you would see in any rollout of any new technology, no one has said to them how this can be good for you.
No
and
one!
They always tell you that, whether it's true or not. This is a space-saving dishwasher. You can...
Straight Buster says half of the Astrolabe's existence has been spent explaining why AI is great. Tucker should tune in. So true, Tucker. Someone, if you know Tucker, send him the Astrolabe.
Get it in your apartment. You're never going to scrub dishes again. It's going to be amazing. Think of the time you will save. No one has said that. They'll give you like 2 minutes on how this is better to analyze medical records and like maybe you can get pancreatic cancer at stage 2 rather than stage 4, and that's like a couple extra years, and that's great. You know, it's great. But no one has said to the...
You know, maybe it'll just like add years to your life by catching cancer early, you know, like no big thing. Nobody has explained to me what the benefits of this might be. I'm literally describing the benefits of it to you right now, but
average person under 75, like how exactly is this going to improve your life? They haven't even tried. Not for 1 second. Even the people selling it.
Yeah, because the people who are over 75 totally get it. It's all the youngsters who just don't understand AI. They have no idea what they're encountering.
Why? Because they're not selling it to you. You're not part of the transaction. It's a closed loop. You're not part of this economy. The data centers are the physical...
Wait. Is AI meant to enslave us, or we're not part of it at all? How is it going to enslave us? If we're not part of the data center economy at all, then how is it going to enslave us?
Routers, literally. They're the place where these computations are happening inside machines, big water-cooled buildings. And those are owned by one company or set of companies, and the machines inside are owned by another set, and the data is owned by a bunch of other companies, and all of it is made possible by the complicity of a bunch of elected officials from county...
Yeah, I went and looked for Tucker ranting against the existence of Amazon warehouses, and strangely, I couldn't find any of those. You know, he was championing the great Boeing manufacturing plant earlier, so apparently there's some difference between those gigantic industrial monstrosities and a data center.
Commissioner up to president. But at no point is anybody else consulted or cajoled even or won over. It's just they're not relevant. They're literally not relevant. Watch this clip, which you may have already seen because it's been everywhere, but it tells you so much, of residents in rural Utah in I think a county commissioner's meeting when they're trying to tell the 3-member panel that, hey, how is a 62 square mile facility that employs almost nobody and is going to use more electricity than the entire state of Utah, how is that good for us? Watch their response.
False. All of this is false. Then why won't they let people talk? Why won't they let us ask questions? It's false. This is not real information. And we sit here like it's okay. It's a charade. It's a charade. It's false.
There's people at a city council meeting who are angry, and they're chanting. They're doing the shitlib meme. Shame, shame, shame.
Those people are upset.
I know we didn't ask the people who didn't show up there to conspicuously chant shame for a camera. We didn't ask the rest of the residents of the county what they think about a 7% employment increase and tripling the tax revenue for the county and the things that that's going to do for I don't know, schools or whatever other city or city improvements that they want to make. They didn't. Those people are not being consulted here.
Upset. Really upset. And you can imagine that they're upset because they're worried about what this data center is going to do to their lives, to their home finances, of course, but not just that. What are these things? What are they for? Why has nobody told us? You're telling us this isn't going to hurt us, but you don't even seem to know what it is. How can we trust you? And shouldn't we have a say in this? Isn't the whole system predicated based on the idea that we own this? We are shareholders in this town, this county, this state, this country. We own it. We are its owners. And you're the people we hire to manage it. How did that get inverted? Why are you acting like owners and treating me like an employee who has no agency and no right to pipe up? Who is in charge here? Is this really a democracy? I mean, those are the obvious questions.
We held a big meeting where people could come give their opinions and weigh in on it. And then elected officials voted on it. We don't get a say.
They come to mind when you watch something like this. So how are politicians responding? In a functioning democracy or democratic republic or whatever you want to call it, but in a country in which the people rule, in which are the owners, not the employees, you would expect elected officials to try and calm fears and say, look, I get it. This is scary. Change always is. But once this happens, your life is going to be so much better. It's unbelievable. At least go through the motions. So here's the governor of that state, Utah. This is Spencer Cox, explaining not why you should like AI, but why you should shut up and bear it and pay for it. Watch this.
Look, we're living through a very interesting time right now. There was an article I read yesterday that said that this is very similar to kind of the nuclear arms race, the nuclear era, 60, 70, 80 years ago. Very different than anything that we've experienced in the past several decades. And there is a national security piece to this that has to be acknowledged. The rate at which machine learning and artificial intelligence is changing, the dangers that poses, and what happens if an adversarial nation gets ahead of us in this space is something that we should all be worried about. And so we have an obligation. I think every state has an obligation when it comes to this space to allow for these types of data centers to be built in their states.
Did that guy
picks the worst Republican politician on the planet? Well, second worst. Thomas Massie still exists. Picks the worst Republican politician on the planet.
Go to HBS and work at Bain. Maybe, maybe not. They all talk the same. It's not happening in the world. It's happening in this space. And what's happening? Well, what's happening is the potentially existential threat of a competitor nation getting dominance in this space.
Okay, let me try to square this real quick. So, just make sure we're on the same page. This is a horrifying, evil monstrosity of an oppressive technology that's going to be weaponized against us to send like robots to rape us. Okay, so we agree on that. Now, the natural follow-on from that might be, it would be really bad if our own government mastered that technology. It would be even worse if a foreign government mastered that technology and gained like an overmatching power on us and was able to weaponize this evil monstrosity technology against us. Concerned about that. I'm America first. All I care about is America. Who cares about those other countries? There's this evil, massive doom weapon that's being constructed, but I'm not remotely concerned about other countries who are constructing it as well. This is specious national security state propaganda.
What is that existential threat? What exactly would specifically happen? Why should I be afraid of China getting dominance, whatever that means, please tell me what it means, in AI before the United States. China, which has hundreds of data centers, somehow overtaking the United States in this space, which is thousands of data centers, and now is building the world's biggest data center. So a bunch of questions come to mind. Is building data centers the same thing as achieving dominance in this space? Maybe, maybe not. Might be the most lucrative part of the whole process for developers and for BlackRock, but is it actually the same as technological progress? Is building giant steel vinyl-clad buildings that use unimagined levels of electricity the same as progress? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. You're the one doing a whole episode on this. We haven't had a single mention of what a data center does, like what the purpose of a data center is. So how can we even evaluate it? We don't even know. It's this gigantic black box. We just have no idea.
Spencer Cox, not that he knows, of course he doesn't. So instead, he goes right to maybe the core question, because it may tell us what this actually is, which is the military. This isn't about improving your life. We'll just be honest, because I can't think of any way that it might. What this is really about is achieving dominance over a strategic rival, China. Now that raises like obvious questions like, okay, what is dominance? Why do we need to achieve it over China? In what specific area are you talking about? And actually, if we're being totally honest, like, why is China so bad? And China is bad in a lot of ways. There's no doubt about that. Let's be specific about the ways in which China is bad. China is bad, not because it's slovenly or shallow. It's not. It's actually highly well-organized, complex, ancient society. There's lots very impressive about China. But it's not Western. And because it's not Western, it doesn't begin with the universally...
This like China is an ancient society thing just fucking drives me crazy. China is a creation of the modern Westphalian system. China is not an ancient civilization any more or less than Anglo-Saxons are an ancient civilization. The United States is older than China is, by far.
Agreed upon belief that people have inalienable rights with which they were born, granted them by God, not the state, that the state can abridge. In fact, the state exists to protect. You have always and everywhere, as a human being, not just an American, as a human being, the right to say what you think, to speak your conscience. You have the right to talk to whomever you want to.
Wow, so if China doesn't recognize those things, it sounds like it would be really, really bad if China was to get overmatch power with the doom weapon. Because they don't recognize these fundamental core things about our civilization. And clearly, if a rival nation that does not subscribe to any of those things masters the doom weapon, that'd be really bad for us. Is this not like how do you scoff at this? How do you scoff at this notion? It's either not a doom weapon, in which case all the rest of this fear mongering is do away with it, or it is a doom weapon and it becomes an urgent national security matter. These are the only options. You can't oppose both of these things.
Those are inalienable rights. You have the right to worship whichever God you choose. So China's bad to the extent that it is bad. Again, in many ways, it's pretty impressive, pretty darn impressive. But it's bad from our point of view, and this is true, because it doesn't respect those rights. And the way we know it doesn't respect those rights is because China uses technology to eliminate privacy. And no privacy means no freedom. You can't actually have freedom as you're being surveilled. Right? I mean, the most diabolical thing, this is a subject of many science fiction stories, that any government can do to you is control your thoughts. Of course, because why? Because your thoughts are private. And because they're private, they cannot be violated. Privacy is essential. It's a prerequisite for freedom. And China is bad because there is no privacy in China. Everything you say or do is being monitored with technology. Why is it possible to do that?
This is getting long enough that I can't keep pausing it, but like the premise that you can't have freedom without privacy is this is a non sequitur in my opinion. This is a long philosophical debate. I won't get into it now.
In a country of over 1 billion people because they have amazing tech and they've harnessed it against their own people to watch and listen to them, to monitor them, and then to use that information, as all governments will, inevitably, to punish people who don't comply. That's why China is bad, specifically. Just to let Spencer Cox know, the core of this rivalry, their system, totalitarian, our system, based on the acknowledgement of inalienable rights, freedom versus tyranny, it's simple.
No. The core difference is they are Chinese and we're American. That's the core difference.
Why is this relevant? Because what Spencer Cox is telling you is that we are building the system not to become different from China, but to ape China, to be more like China. And this really is the core problem with AI. I mean, there may be lots of problems. It could take off and develop its own desires and personality and enslave us. I mean, maybe. Hope not. But short term, the real threat, and by the way, it's possible that some people are highlighting the theoretical threat of AI becoming autonomous in order to cloak the more real and present threat of AI being used by the normal middling IQ autocrats who occupy our government. Like letting John Cornyn read your email. That might be the real use of AI. It's nothing spooky or crazy. It's just like letting...
As you know, all of your emails and all of your data is currently so very completely private. And the U.S. government has no access to it whatsoever. They're just hamstrung. The handcuffs are on me. I can't do anything. Oh, I wish I could oppress you, but I can't.
Ted Cruz do whatever he wants to you. That's reason enough to fear AI. I don't need to be fluent in sci-fi to worry about that. So, will that happen? Well, I don't know. This data center in Utah was made possible by the military installation. So, will that happen? Well, I don't know.
There you go. The entire monologue.
This data center in Utah was made possible by the Military Installation Development Authority of Utah. This is a military installation. Well, in what sense is it a military installation? What is that? Well, we don't really know. And of course, no one asked Spencer Cox. But we do know that governments might be predisposed to AI because it gives them control. And the first thing it gives them almost complete control over is communication. Communication, not just surveillance, but the ability to craft a message, to convince you of something.
As we know right now, the government has no control over communication. The government has no ability to manipulate you or craft a narrative to make you think anything. We have to preserve this status quo.
The propaganda opportunities inherent in AI are something that the Stasi couldn't have dreamt about because they're so profound. You can create any illusion with AI. You can convince people very easily of almost anything using AI. And so if you're going to have technology like that, the very first thing you would do if you're...
We have no idea what it's going to do. But also it's a thing that can be used to make people believe anything. It's weird for a guy who has no idea what it can do or what its capabilities are, or is it even impressive, or he seems to know an awful lot about the things that it can do.
Thinking clearly about it is prevent anyone with institutional power from having it. Because that would eliminate the freedom of everyone else. You would have no shot against people with AI. Not necessarily that they would target your house for a drone strike. They wouldn't have to.
You would have no shot against people with AI. And it's silly to characterize this as an arms race between the US and China. This is a fake narrative being used to justify defense spending or something. But also you would have no shot against someone with AI.
Because they would convince your wife and your kids and your neighbors and maybe even you that their program was right because you would have no other information. You would be living in a vacuum controlled by them. You wouldn't know different. The past would be gone. The future would be theirs. It would be a complete control of your attitudes. It would be almost impossible to remain independently minded, to think clearly in an ecosystem controlled, where information was controlled by AI in the hands of autocrats. So you would think in a country founded to preserve human freedom, which is why the United States was founded, not to preserve free market capitalism, whatever that is, but to preserve God-given rights, you would think there would be a robust debate on this. No, at the very same moment this technology is being developed and paid for by taxpayers who really are paying for this, needless to say, always paying.
It's been robustly debated for decades.
For this. The U.S. Congress just voted to allow the U.S. government to spy on American citizens without even going through the normal pro forma rigmarole of getting a warrant from a secret judge to do it. They just do it. And the president pushed for this and both parties were totally on board with it. Kind of weird this happening at exactly the same moment. So that is the concern. And that may explain why the people developing this and permitting it and profiting from it, everyone involved in this, not one of them has taken any time to make you like it. They don't care what you think about it, possibly because pretty soon they won't have to. That's not like some dark conspiracy theory. It's just obvious. It's just obvious. How else would you explain this? You're rolling, I mean, even during COVID, they at least tried to tell you that you were wearing the mask and taking the poison shot and jumping on one leg and whatever they were having you do that day because of the science. They tried to convince you that you kind of had to do it because it was good. They're not even trying that now.
Slutty Mook says, hey, Tucker, was the all-out Epstein Files push that came out of nowhere and supported by everyone also suspicious? Curious. Curious. No. That wasn't suspicious at all. Straight Buster says this is indistinguishable from a Blue Anon podcast. It really is.
And so you have to ask why. And again, it may be, just guessing, because they don't have to. We should take this very seriously. Final clip, which may convince you of this, comes from Larry Fink, who runs BlackRock. Now, Larry Fink was, a nemesis of the current president, of course. He's not simply one of the richest men in the world, one of the most important business leaders in the world, certainly one of the most powerful, more powerful than almost all global heads of state. He was also, in effect, the leader of the opposition to Trump. And he was the guy who promulgated anyway the idea of ESG, the idea that you don't just do business, you have to affect political change as you do it. You got to worry about racial equity, too many whites. You got to worry about the climate, CO2. No, you can't have a chainsaw or a wood stove. That's his contribution to the American economy. Is not just economic, it's social. And Trump was standing in opposition to all of that. Of course, that's why he got elected twice. But now, all of a sudden, Larry Fink is a close associate of Trump's and is working in close concert with Trump to bring about this AI.
I wonder what we could conclude from that. Could we possibly conclude that Larry Fink got buck broken?
So here's Larry Fink speaking to, fellow members of the Epstein class about AI and what this means and his concerns about it. Watch what he's worried about.
But even here in the United States, if we're going to be building, let's say, these 1 gigawatt data centers, how do we make sure we're not protecting those $50 billion, $75 billion investments? We have to relook at everything because of the role of drone warfare. Right now, we're looking at it internationally, but one of my concerns is, could it be a domestic terrorism using a $3,000 drone? So all of these things are actually opportunities, not problems.
There are opportunities, not problems. There are no problems in the Bain Capital HBS world. There are only opportunities in this space. But consider the concern. So if you're rolling out what they're telling you, and clearly they believe, is the single greatest technological change in the history of human life on this planet, it's the biggest thing that's ever happened, ever, then you think one of your main concerns would be, well, does this change the relationship of the powerless to the powerful, the relationship of the citizen to the state, for example? One of your concerns would be, how do we do this and bring about the prosperity that it promises without totally eliminating human rights, making people slaves? Because we're against slavery, right? Aren't we against slavery? We were. How do we do that? But that doesn't seem to be Larry Fink's main concern. His main concern is, how do we protect our investment, this infrastructure, these buildings, these data centers? Someone could drone them. Someone could drone them.
I can't believe this guy is concerned about acts of terrorism. I can't believe this guy is concerned about infrastructure being blown up by people who have been radicalized on the internet. You think he would talk about something else, but here's an 8-second clip of him talking about one little thing.
Now who? Foreign actors? Hezbollah? Hamas? No, just people. Larry Fink is concerned that ordinary American citizens, as he just said, will use $3,000 drones to destroy these billion-dollar investments.
He definitely didn't say that.
Why would he be worried about that? We've had electricity for over 100 years. There are 11,000 power plants in the United States. There are like 50,000 substations, electrical substations. There are 185 million power poles in the United States. 185 million.
Whoa. How did Tucker learn this? They haven't even made an effort to tell us this information, yet somehow he has it. How is that possible? No one's even taken the time to just spend 20 seconds telling me how many power stations and even how many power poles are in the country. What are they hiding from us?
How many Americans have droned a power plant or a substation or a power pole recently? How many acts of domestic terror have been committed against energy infrastructure? Well, some in the 70s, it wasn't that uncommon, wasn't that successful either, but there were radical splinter groups who were doing stuff like that. But not very many. Most of it's pretty much unprotected because it has no need for protection, because people understand the utility of electricity. Without electricity, we live a very different life, a reduced life in a lot of ways. We need electricity. People will starve to death without it. So people aren't blowing up power plants because they're fundamentally, even the climate warriors among us, are pretty grateful for energy, for power.
Imagine being histrionic about data centers and while also saying that everyone will starve to death without electricity.
For electricity. So you don't have to protect something that people appreciate and think helps them. There's no need. But Larry Fink knows, in fact, he's admitting that people know this is bad for them, so bad that they might be willing to commit an act of terrorism, a felony for which they could be imprisoned for a long time. And trust me, if you attack a data center, you're going to get a lot longer sentence than you would if you, say, raped someone or
Yeah, you absolutely do sometimes. I don't know. I seem to remember a really bad fire that happened in Southern California that was started by a dude explicitly lighting it intentionally for political reasons. Was that because he was like angry at grass or something? Because he thought grass was bad for him?
molested a child on an island in the Caribbean, in which case you're fine. You attack a data center, part of a BlackRock investment? Are you joking? A Spencer Cox property? You're going away, buddy, for real, and not to some club-fed farm like Supermax in the hole. Do not mess with a data center. But again, why would you want to? Why are the kids at graduation?
He's deriving all of this from a clip where he says that we need to make sure we can protect this with, I don't know, maybe some kind of like a dome or something, perhaps you might call it golden, maybe, given the president. He's talking about protecting it, and Tucker has turned this into like, you're going to go to Gitmo if you go bomb a data center. I'm definitely not telling you that you should bomb a data center, but it would probably be justified if you did.
At Central Florida State University booing AI. The very name AI makes them boo. Because people can feel in their gut it's not good for them. This is not a future they want. And they moreover know, because it couldn't be more obvious, that nobody cares that they don't want it at all.
Yeah, straight buster. This is Tucker not so subtly condoning domestic terrorism. Yes.
It's being imposed on them as immigrant populations are imposed on them all the time. Hey, meet your new Somali neighbors. Oh, you didn't ask for that? Who cares? Shut up, racist. People are used to living like this. They've been humiliated. Their standard of living has fallen. Their life expectancy has declined in the United States over the past 20 years. And they've said almost nothing about it. They've been sent to wars, committed to wars as a nation, not just the men fighting it, but all of us and their consequences again and again and again against their will. No one's booing the Iran war at a college graduation, but the mere mention of AI sends the graduates into boos because they feel.
I don't know. Have you gone and reviewed all of the commencement speeches across the country that have been given? Looked for mentions of the Iran war and then gauged their reactions?
In their guts, it's that bad, and nobody cares that they feel that way. In fact, they don't only not care, they know it, and their only real concern is protecting the investment from what they consider inevitable drone attacks from a restive population. Man.
Their only real concern.
It's not that AI is terrible.
Their only real concern in the 8-second clip that I pulled out. That was the only concern he expressed in that clip.
Certainly, there got to be upsides. Kind of interesting. Probably can do a lot of repetitive tasks that people don't want to do and shouldn't be doing in the first place. Great. It's great. But the downsides also seem profound. And the refusal of the people developing this and profiting from it to even address those is making this a still more volatile place. For a lot of women, Mother's Day is a joyful day, particularly those who are about to become mothers, always unsure about who's mother. That's Tucker. We are proud to partner with Preborn. So we thought now is exactly the time to talk to, I don't know the guy managing it exactly, but certainly the face of the world's largest data center in Utah. And that'd be Kevin O'Leary, who is famous to people who watch cable television as one of the hosts for many years of Shark Tank. Also, as you'll find out in a minute, an enormously nice guy, genial guy. Maybe that's why he's out explaining what the data center is, because it's pretty hard to dislike him personally. But as you...
He's even making it suspicious that Kevin O'Leary is likable.
Watch this interview with the guy who's in charge of the world's largest data center. Watch carefully and listen. Are any of the questions being answered? Does he know the answers? Does he care about the answers? Watch.
Okay. I underestimated how much time this was going to take, and I need to get to sleep or things are going to go south here. So I am going to save the actual debate part. I know I put it in the title. I know I teased it and everything. But I am going to save the actual debate part for tomorrow. Make sure you come back and watch that. I'll have some other stuff. I've already got some other stuff prepared for tomorrow as well. But today we will wrap on a positive note. Let's get a little palate cleanser here from all of that. I hate the fact that I have to provide palate cleansers for frickin' Tucker Carlson content. Black-pilled once again. Matt Brainerd. We are so back. an entrepreneur is restoring Pizza Huts to their former glory.
In the hills of Tunkhannock, Pennsylvania, a familiar red roof catches the eye. Inside, the vinyl booths, Tiffany-style lamps, and yes, the salad bar you may remember from decades ago.
I mean, it's amazing the comments we have about, they have the red cups. Yes, we do.
Tim Sparks got his start working at a Pizza Hut that looked like this. He's now president of Dayland Corporation, which owns this franchise and more than 80 others around the country. They've redecorated many restaurants to rewind the clock.
It looks exactly like the one that I remember from when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's what we were after.
Some Pizza Hut classics are now top-performing locations.
This guy's a patriot.
Customers show up for a piece of their childhood.
It just brings back memories.
To share with their own kids.
When you finally find something that tastes how you genuinely remember it tasting, like, you can't let it go.
People come from 2 and 3 hours away, and I'm not making that up.
More restaurants are serving up nostalgia. Franchises like Burger King and KFC returned to old-school logos and packaging in recent years. At Pizza Hut, they even brought back Pac-Man. But for Sparks... This is much more than a game. It's a mission to rebuild places where families can connect.
If we could get them in here as a family, they do tend to put their phones down and actually have conversations and speak with each other. I'm not going to tell you I know how to fix the world, but I do think that family is a good place to start.
He hopes to renovate more of his restaurants as long as he can find enough of those lamps.
They're hard to get?
Yeah, they're almost impossible to get.
A familiar taste.
Well, cheers.
Cheers, bro.
Bringing people together.
Just like I remember it.
Again, Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, Tunkhannock, Pennsylvania.
Never black pill. Never black pill. A couple of days ago, I didn't know this existed. Now, I know it exists, and I want to see it everywhere. The times have changed. We are living in the great golden age. The Trumpenreich has begun. There's one thing I just wanted to say real quick. There was someone back here, I forgot to mention this, and it might be far enough back that, here, Living Dead said, regarding Tucker, if he's correct about all of his just question implications and assertions, what is he actually proposing be done? What does he want to happen here? How is anyone supposed to operationalize what he's driving at? This is one of my biggest pet peeves with people that do this sort of content, just asking questions or even just bitching constantly about this thing's bad and that thing's bad and I don't like that this is happening and here's the thing, here's a new thing you should be mad at. I might even be tempted to entertain the thing that they're wanting me to be mad about. Might be tempted to be mad about it as well. But give me something to do. Like, what can I do about this other than just be mad about it? If your content is literally just, here's something you should be mad about and you should stew over this and go find a bunch of videos and comment sections to go spam and declare that all is lost and the satanic baby-eating pedophiles are going to employ Mecha Hitler to rape us all, then you are a net negative. You should be banned from the internet. We need to create a special division of ICE to go track you down, arrest you, and deport you. The sort of content is not remotely helpful at all. Now, I don't want to fall into that same trap. And I think that there are a lot of things that can be done, because I do think that there are plenty of concerns. I think I don't think that the data center thing should just be taken just wholesale, just accepted just as is. I actually think this is a very good opportunity for people to get really active and involved and engage with it. But engage with it in good faith. Do things that are productive apart from just light your hair on fire and shit everywhere. If you want to know what those things are, then you'll have to tune in tomorrow, because we'll get into that a little bit more, along with a number of other things. So, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for the contributions to the Erickson cause. Please remember, you can go to tips.kingpill.com anytime and contribute, tip your streamer, pay your white pill prescription fees, keep me in business doing this, keeping a roof over my family's head. And follow me on X at KingPilled. Go to t.me/KingPilled and follow the Telegram channel so you know when I'm going to go live. And join the KingPilled Discord, kingpilled.com. Dave Combobulated, a great patriot that I've met in person. He said, clutch lave today. It got me from Everett to Bellingham to Puyallup and now back to Gig Harbor. Good patriot morning indeed. Holy crap. Everett to Bellingham to Puyallup and now back to Gig Harbor. That is... I've never done that drive, but I've driven to all of those places, and that's crazy to think that I've just sat here at my computer and talked for that whole time. We used to live in Puyallup, a place that is still dear to the heart. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you to all of you guys. I will see you on the next lave. Until then, I leave you with Hulk.
When they took a shot at my hero, and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said,